Welcome, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. If you'd all please rise, Pastor Brad Rogers with First Presbyterian Church is going to lead us in prayer this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here this evening. On behalf of the church, I just want to say a special word of welcome on behalf of our staff and our leadership here. We are glad to have you and delighted to host you. Let's bow our heads and hearts in prayer. Holy God, we give you thanks. We thank you for this and every new day that you give to us. We thank you for the responsibilities that you've entrusted to us. We thank you for this group of leaders who have gathered this evening for your purposes. And we ask, Lord, that as all wisdom comes from you, that you would grant to them wisdom to make wise decisions for the best interest of our community. We pray, Lord, for the right discernment and for the complicated work that's ahead. And we ask, Lord, that as you do with the gift of leadership, that you would provide a covering for the people of this community. We pray all these things in the name of the God in whom I trust. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Carr, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Carumba? Here. Councilman Purdon?
Here.
Councilwoman Carr?
Here.
Mayor Simmons?
Here.
Councilman Corey?
Here.
Councilman Gibson? Councilman Forbes?
And my understanding is
Test.
Councilman Mike Gibson will be running just a few minutes late, but he will be joining us this evening. Thanks, everybody, for being here. We are going to start, Arlene, we're going to start with the addendum. I can actually follow an agenda, but okay, even before we do public comment? Is that correct?
What I would prefer, sir, is that when we get to the point, I would say go ahead and move the presentation, and then before taking any action at the council level, open it up to public comment on that item only.
Okay, thank you. That's why I was asking. That's fantastic. Okay. If you look here, we have an appearance by City of Sanibel Mayor Kevin Ruane, Chairman Chauncey Goss with the South Florida Water Management District to discuss the benefits of a water team and scientists internally on Sanibel Island. And then we're going to go on to a presentation by Florida Gulf Coast University President Mike Martin, Dr. Greg Tolley with the FGCU Water School, and Dr. Mike Parsons regarding a Bonita Springs water steward. And this is green sheet number 20-06138. So at this time, I'd like to call up Mayor Ruane. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Test.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Kevin Ruane for the record, Mayor of Sanibel, President of Florida League of Mayors. I've come before you many times to talk about water and how important it is. But let me digress, for a period of time. I've been on city council coming up to 14 years. I've had the luxury of having a natural resource department, and having that asset available to me has enabled me to not only understand the science, but then to advocate why it's so important and why it's so important to our communities. I can't imagine not having a science area, a natural resource area. We're blessed to have 6 people. We didn't start with 6 people, but obviously it's become that important to our island. And obviously as the economy is really the message that people resonate to, we've been able to tie the environment with the economy. And it's essential. It enables you to lobby. It enables you to seek the grants necessary. I can tell you every year that department pays for itself in grants that they seek and things that they do. They're always out there looking for things. But then as someone that majored in finance, it's certainly a lot easier when you have someone that could dumb it down for you and really get into some of the weeds. I sit here and I've sat before you and really advocated and really got into some issues, but it's really been having a resource available to you to make you a better policymaker, to let you represent the community and talk about the issues and start to understand the problems we face here in Southwest Florida. We're not alone. Cape Coral has a natural resource area. Fort Myers Beach, as small as they are, they do as well. I can't imagine a city of your size not having that resource available. It certainly, when it gets going, it'll bring you valuable information. It'll bring you powerful information. You'll be able to educate your community so much better. When you go to Tallahassee and Washington, it just is another resource available to you. I can't even begin to think about the things that we've been able to do. We certainly lead the communities, but we continue to challenge ourselves with websites, monitoring 7.3 bodies of water within Sanibel, having a report on each body of water. The things that they do on a day-to-day basis are too numerous for me to even talk about and advocate for, but I could never imagine. So I can sit here as someone and advocate that I know you have a decision, and I know money's really important these days, but I can tell you it's a return on investment. Most water projects return on investment 6 to 1. I can certainly tell you that, in my opinion, there's things that I would cut first, and I had to lay off 76 people during this downturn, but natural resources was not even on the consideration. It's just not something I can consider either fathoming having and doing away with people in that regard. And I mean that just because, yes, we're an island surrounded by water, but it's our responsibility as people that are in Southwest Florida, in Lee County, to advocate and educate the community. We might be at the end of the catcher's mitt and receive, all the remains of the water as it comes down to Caloosahatchee, but nevertheless, it's that science-based information you need. It's that testing that, obviously is so vital for you to advocate for what you do. And as your city continues to have its own voice, it just complements the voices within Southwest Florida. It enables you to get the funding that's necessary, whether it's before the Water Management District, whether it's before the DEP, whether it's in Tallahassee, whether it's in Washington. It's essential, in my opinion. I couldn't imagine in any particular situation. I'm honored to actually talk about natural resources and come here before you. You all know how passionate I am about water quality and water quantity, and obviously there's nothing you can do with quality unless you have science behind it. I don't know how to advocate for water quality without it. Quantity is really about projects, but quality is everything we talk about. So I know it's an item before you. It's something that I can tell you you won't regret. It's an item that you will certainly have a better community. You'll be able to advocate and educate your community so they understand as you come across issues. But thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much. I'm going to start at this end. Councilman Forbes, do you have any questions for Mayor Ruane or comments?
I really support the whole concept. I have a couple questions for Florida Gulf Coast University.
Okay, we'll hold those.
Kevin, for all the good work that's done today.
Thank you, Fred. Councilman Gibson.
I'm good. Just thanks for everything you've been doing.
Councilman Corey?
I think water quality was one of the major issues in my campaign, and I would support what we're doing here and anything we can do to improve water quality in this part of Florida.
Great, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Carr?
Thank you very much, Kevin. It's always nice to see you. Are we going to hear the whole other presentation?
Yes, I just figured because they're going to kind of come up, but if you had questions.
I think all at once I would, so that would be more.
Okay,
Happy to answer any questions whenever.
great. Thank you very much. Councilman Purdon?
I'm good. I'll wait for the FGC.
Councilwoman Carumba? Okay, you're okay for now? Wonderful. Mayor, thank you very much.
My pleasure. I'll be around. Any questions you need answered.
Wonderful, and I just wanted an editorial note here, Chairman's decision, just wanted to recognize our County Commissioner, Ray Sandelli from Bonita Springs, who's here this evening. So thank you very much for being here, Commissioner Sandelli. Okay, we are now going to move on to Chairman Chauncey Goss, Lee County Zone, who is Chairman of the South Florida Water Management District. Chauncey, thanks for being here tonight.
Well, thanks very much for having me, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all. I am Chairman of the South Florida Water Management District, but probably more importantly, I'm a resident of Sanibel, and I'm really proud of being a resident of Sanibel. And one of the reasons I'm so proud of that is because Sanibel has taken the time over the years to really focus on natural resources, and we have built up a natural resource department that's really second to none for a city of our size in the state of Florida and probably nationally. And I was telling the mayor, I was joking earlier, I want you guys to get there, but I know you need to take this one step at a time, so let's start with one staff. And I would absolutely encourage you to do this. It's really important. You all are policymakers, And it's really hard to make policy unless you've got someone you can rely on to give you the science and the facts behind that. And if you don't have somebody you can rely on who works for you, and you know that you can rely on, then you're always suspect of getting spun a little bit one way or the other. We have a wonderful staff at the South Florida Water Management District. We have 1,500 people. Hundreds of them are scientists. I rely on them all the time. You rely on them all the time. But none of them are going to be as well versed in what happens right here in Bonita Springs as someone who works for the city of Bonita Springs. So it's something that I've watched happen on Sanibel with James Evans, who's our director of natural resources. I rely on him personally as a friend and someone who he knows Sanibel so well. He knows our ecosystem so well because he's been doing it for a while, and that's his, and he owns it. And that's something I'd encourage you to look at. I'd also like to congratulate you on looking at the partnership you're looking at with FGCU. I could not think of a better partner to work on water with, and I think you're going to both leverage your ability both from a funding standpoint and from a technology and just a knowledge standpoint by using the good people at FGCU. So I'm here to just say I wholeheartedly encouraged you to do this, and I congratulate you on even thinking about it and for being so progressive, and I wish you luck with it. And if I can answer any questions later, I certainly will.
Wonderful, thank you, Chairman. Council, any questions at this moment for Chauncey? Councilman Forbes.
Yeah, I asked Chauncey this meeting, what I'm assuming that this passes, what I want to do is make a motion that we write South Florida Water Management a letter that the mayor would sign asking them to work with us closely on this, provide some in-kind services, analysis, and all that. And so I'm asking Chauncey publicly if that would be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to work with you. As you probably all know, or maybe you don't know, one of Ron DeSantis, our new governor's, a year a little bit ago, second executive order was to make sure that we spend more time and effort on water quality monitoring. It's my understanding that that's something you all are going to be doing. It's something we spent recently another $2 million on top of our already pretty extensive monitoring program. That's something I could absolutely see us working hand in glove on. And then anything else that you need help with, as I said, we have 1,500 people working at the district. We work for you, so we'd be absolutely happy to have that collaboration.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody okay for now? Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. It's quite an honor to have President Mike Martin here from FGCU. So, President Martin, welcome, and thank you very much for being here. And nice tie, I might add. That looks pretty good.
You're looking perfect tonight, Mayor. I didn't know we were dressing like this, but it's a delight. First, let me say I'm a little disoriented. I walked in and I saw Chauncey and the commissioner and the mayor, and I thought, oh my God, I overshot Bonita Springs and I'm in Sanibel. But I'm glad I discovered this. You see friends and three colleagues. First of all, let me say thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation about a partnership on a topic that's clearly critical to Sanibel, to Bonita Springs, and unquestionably to this region. And it's also a topic that is at the top of the priority for us at FGCU, to be directly involved in and part of solutions, not problems. So I thank you for the opportunity. I just want to note who we are so it reminds us all, and particularly on our side, why this is important to us to be in this partnership. We are referred to as a regional comprehensive university, which means we are dedicated to 5 counties, but we are dedicated to be a servant in education, in research, and in community engagement. And that's in our strategic plan, and that's now getting baked into all we do. So having the opportunity to join another agency in this region to serve the people of this community and this region, particularly on a topic as important as this one, is central to our mission and central to who we intend to continue to become. So thank you for that. We are all struggling with COVID-19 in so many ways. It has certainly thrown, at least the university, into some period of great uncertainty. But what I know for sure is that a year from now, if we're standing here, we will have solved that one. I believe that'll be taken care of. It will take time and it'll take science. But I think the water issues are still going to be with us a year from now. And I think they're going to be with us a decade from now. And so if we do not now begin to make the kind of investments in science and in good policy and in spirited and dedicated outcome conversations, I think we will struggle with this for much longer than anyone should have to. So our commitment, and I say this not just for the water school, which you know is one of our newest and most important dimensions within FGCU, not just for the water school, but with the entire university, that this is an opportunity for us to demonstrate what we want to be to you, and for us to demonstrate a partner to the citizens of Bonita Springs that we can pull this off together. So it's got substance in terms of the topic, and I think it's also got an opportunity for us to be a model on new ways we can come together and serve above and beyond the traditions of the university. As you know, we launched the water school a few years ago, and it was one of those moments where somehow we all knew that this is exactly what we ought to do. Not only because the issues were percolating, but we had matured enough as an institution that we had enough expertise in enough parts of the university that if we brought them together, we could really make a difference. And so this is a chance as well for us to continue the development of the water school, to bring students to the conversation, to bring faculty to the conversation, and to bring citizens to the conversation around good science. So with that, I will take any questions if you'd like, but the real expertise is behind me, and my objective is to introduce our founding director, executive director of the Water School, Greg Tolley. I'll answer anything you'd like, but the truth of the matter is, I'm the cheerleader, these are the real players, and so I know who to put on the field, and I know when to sit down, and I've arrived at that moment, so.
No, fair enough. Council, questions at this point? President Martin, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And now let me introduce Greg Tolley, Dr. Greg Tolley, Executive Director of the Water School at FGCU.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Dr. Tolley, thank you very much for being here.
Mayor Simmons and council members, I hope you and your families are all safe, and I look forward to the day when everybody's back to work and when our communities are prosperous once again. I'm proud to be here today to represent the Water School, especially alongside our biggest cheerleader, President Mike Martin, and also Mike Parsons, one of our shining stars on the faculty of the Water School. You know, we live in a world that is a system of systems. We have social systems, economic systems, environmental, ecological systems, health systems. This community of Bonita Springs is its own system. And of course, the largest system that we're looking at is the water system, the water cycle, which is the system that connects us with the rest of the world. And because we live in a world of systems, the Water School brings together experts from the sciences, arts, humanities, business, engineering, education, health and human services to address our water issues in a way that's more holistic. We need to be looking beyond the local horizon and peering farther into the future so that we can avoid the unintended consequences of our past actions and make sure that we don't pass on our current problems to our children and our grandchildren. And to do this, we need partners. We need partnerships. And that's why I'm very excited to be here today as you consider this potential new phase of our partnership with the city of Bonita Springs. Mayor Simmons and council members, Bonita Springs has been a strong partner of Florida Gulf Coast University and especially of our Fester Field Station located just down the road here on Bonita Beach Road. But this new partnership will provide support for a Bonita water steward, somebody who's out on the water daily, collecting water samples, checking water quality, checking the conditions of our local waterways, and working hand in hand in the city. This type of position has a long tradition. It goes back to the 1960s when a group of fishermen together along the Hudson River started raising their concerns and banding together to voice their concerns over declining fisheries and loss of water quality in the Hudson River. By 1983, they had actually established the first national river keeper in the country, which is now a large movement. In this tradition, we think that a Bonita water steward will provide valuable resources to the city of Bonita Springs and will help us to take our partnership with the university to that next level as we address our water issues here in Southwest Florida. So with that, I'd like to introduce the real brains behind this operation, Dr. Mike Parsons. Mike Parsons is a professor of marine science at Florida Gulf Coast University. I'm proud to say that I actually chaired his search committee, so I can take a little bit of credit for that. And Dr. Parsons is our director of the Vester Marine Field Station here in Bonita Springs. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Tolley. Any questions for Dr. Tolley? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Dr. Parsons, welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. Thank you, council members. I'd like to thank Mayor Wayne and Chairman Gauss for his, Chauncey Gauss for his support, both of their support. President Martin, of course, and Dr. Tolley for support, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you today. Before I start, one thing I'd like to mention is James Evans, so Director of Natural Resources, City of Sanibel. He's an FGCU graduate. He got his master's degree there. Greg Tolley was his thesis chair. So we have a deep connection with Sanibel as well on that and have worked closely with Sanibel on various projects. Make sure our blinker works up here. So basically, can we go back one slide, please? So one thing I wanted to show here, that little blob is a cell of red tide, Carenia brevis, that was taken off of the dock of the Vesterfield station. So this is red tide within about 3 miles of here. And we watched mullet come to the surface, roll over, and die. We had red tide right in front of Baywater, right in front of the Vesterfield station, right at the mouth of the Imperial River, and it moved up the Imperial River as well. So this is not solely a problem out in the Gulf of Mexico. Next slide, please. So the first thing I want you to notice is that I really don't have a bad taste in color and fashion and things like that, but what this is trying to emulate here, the dark colors on the bottom are river water. That's basically waters that are rich in tannins. It has a tea color, and that's what we see when you get up in the watershed of the Imperial River. It's basically a swamp tea coming out of Corkscrew Swamp and what we have upland. That watercolor is a really good indicator of fresh water and salinity, how much salt is in the water. As you move up to the top of the slide, now you're out into the Gulf of Mexico, the way we want to see it when it's really nice, beautiful water, like we see right now. If you go down to Big Hickory Pass, if you go to New Pass, you will see these nice, beautiful waters, and that's what we really want to see. And so when you look at this proposal, basically in a nutshell, I don't have my glasses, I can't see that far, so I might not hit everything. We're asking for $84,000 a year. That's the first thing, and that's the important thing you all have to consider. As Mayor Wayne said, it's, in his opinion, worth the investment, all right, and in terms of return on investment. That's not their salary. Their salary is $40,000. That is basically the salary of a second-level research technician. But this also includes health insurance, it includes retirement, and it includes some supplies that we'll need to do nutrient analyses and some of these water analyses that we're talking about. And that's all part of the package, I believe. If not, I can provide that information in more detail. So what's this person going to do? Basically, they're going to be keeping their pulse on the Imperial River, on the watershed, on Estero Bay, especially the southern end of Estero Bay. They're going to be helping the city of Bonita, helping Matt Feeney and his group with grant proposals, with the bioreactor, looking at ways to find new funding, and probably just as importantly, looking at the data that are needed that basically provide the meat for writing grant proposals. I write a lot of grant proposals. If you ask Greg, I write too many grant proposals. If you ask President Martin, he says I don't write enough. So it depends on the perspective on there. But the whole idea here is I know how to write grant proposals. I know you need the data, and not only the data, you need to interpret it and you need to synthesize it so you can tell the story that's needed for that. And so basically what we're proposing here is a position that will be funded by the city of Bonita Springs, but it will be a position that's housed within the FGCU Water School. And so we'll basically be in charge of HR and any concerns that deal with that and all the benefits, so on and so forth. But they will answer to you. And so they'll be housed at the Vesterfield station, just a couple miles away from here. They'll be on the water all the time. And the next couple slides here that I'll show you on why I think this is important and advantageous. Next slide, please. So first of all, as President Martin mentioned, we have this new initiative, the Water School. And this is a rendition of the building. The building's been designed. We're working on the funding. We have most of the funding, but we'll see what the new budget entails in what the following years. I'm not in charge of the funding, obviously, so I don't know all the details. Beautiful new building. We have a great inaugural executive director and Greg Tolley, and we really want to be engaging with our local community. But we have higher aspirations going national and international with the work that we do. And so this presents a great opportunity. Next slide, please. And here's the Vester Field Station. If you have not been there, this is an official invitation for anybody to come and see the Vester Field Station. I know some of you have been there. It's a great facility. We have a lot of assets and a lot of capability there, not only for research and education, but for outreach. We have a lot of groups that come in from the outside, a lot of school children, a lot of citizen science programs, so it's a really neat place to be. And you can see some of our boats there in the water as well. We also have apartments for when there's visiting scientists and groups from outside of our area that come to visit, staff offices, classrooms, laboratories. It's a great place. Next slide, please. And this is basically the view. That's basically, that's Bonita Beach Road on the bottom, and Vester is the building here on the left of the bridge. And so we're looking up towards the lower end of Estero Bay. Here's the Imperial River coming down. And then when you get over here, this right here is Fish Trap Bay. We have an area called Intrepid Waters right here, and then going up into the bay. So this is going to be the primary area that this person will be working, and then moving inland, moving upstream into the Imperial River, looking at Spring Creek and what's going on in Spring Creek, so on and so forth, looking how our activities and activities above the Bonita Springs portion of the watershed are affecting the water quality and the health looking downstream. Next slide, please. So one of the aspects that this position would offer would be augmented sampling. So this is basically a GIS map showing the different sampling sites that the Lee County Environmental Lab is currently sampling. They sample these on a monthly basis, so basically once every 30 days. The two red circles, they sample less frequently. They sample those once every 3 or 4 months. One of them is right at the mouth of the Imperial River, one's down on Bonita Beach. So we don't have that much data on that. And if you know, it'd be like going outside and measuring, is it raining or not, just once a month to know what's going on in the condition. And it's gonna be much more dynamic than just a once a month sample to tell you what's going on in the system. Where you see X's, those are sites that are no longer being sampled. So they've had to withdraw some of their sampling as well. So there is a need for more coverage. One thing we're proposing is to increase the sampling, especially along the Imperial River, up to once per week rather than once a month. And this will just be standard sampling. So we can see when you get these freshets, when you get the runoff coming down the river, how that's impacting the water quality. Doing some micro tracing and sourcing to see where are the bacteria related to an FGCU project that you all are funding right now. What about the nutrient sources? We have a nitrogen concern. There's a need to reduce the nitrogen that's coming through down the Imperial River through the Bonita Springs watershed. We need to get a handle on what the sources are, what the dynamics of these are in the system, so then we know how to take action. Next slide, please. Oh, those are the red circles. Okay, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm sorry, one slide back. Perfect. Okay, so this is showing the most recent red tide sampling map. So there's 3 gray dots right along the coastline. This is from Monday. No red tide detected, thank goodness. 1 sample in Bonita Springs. Okay, and then there's another one up in Lover's Key. Then there's another one north. There's one down in Vanderbilt Beach as well. There's not a lot of standard routine sampling for this. It can be ramped up with volunteers, but generally it's a very reactive action rather than being proactive and having a plan. The same thing with fish kills and any marine mammal or turtle mortality, so there's big issues with that. Next slide, please. So this is just looking at the data then that you can see it's monthly, but they miss some dates. Next slide, please. I want to take you quickly through, this is the Lee County Environmental Lab website. Next slide, please. And so when you go to this website, you can look at the data that are collected. Next slide, please. And so here I've just clicked on some of the Imperial River sites. Now remember, some of these sites are no longer being sampled, so whatever data would come up would be historical data at this point. Next slide. And then you can choose all these different parameters that they measure. They have a lot of parameters on there, but it's basically nutrients, which are dissolved chemicals, and metals. And so when I talked with the environmental lab director, he mentioned that they don't really do things like pesticides. They probably need more work with bacteria, and some of the more intensive analyses that we may need or want sampling on, they do not routinely do. So that would be another feature that we would explore when we need to look at these data. And I can talk to people more about that, but I'm trying to keep this shorter. Next slide, please. When can we use these data? Anyone know what this is? It's Irma.
I was going to say, that's Hurricane Irma.
Hurricane Irma, September 2017. Next slide. Unfortunately, you know this and experienced this more than I did. It flooded Bonita Springs. Next slide. So what this is looking at here these are some data, and the blue there is the baseline river flow. So it's a 10-year average of river flow in the Imperial River. Red is 2017. So you basically had 3 times as much water coming down the Imperial River. Notice it started in May. Your 2 biggest peaks are when Irma was around, but there was a water issue in May, and so you were already dealing with saturation problems. So number one, it's one thing to be able to access the data. Number two, putting it in pictures, synthesizing it that we will need and Bonita Springs will need to pursue some of the funding, to have a better understanding of what's going on in the system and how we can respond to it. Next slide. In terms of event response, we get called at Vester if there's a floating manatee, either injured or dead, or a dolphin, or a turtle. Here we are working with FWC on collecting a manatee. Sometimes we sit there and scramble around. Who can go out and take out a boat to go and get this manatee? And so it'd be nice to have another person, and especially somebody that was dedicated to this, that could take the phone call directly and respond much more quickly. Next slide. We had a bunch of blue crabs that died in the fall of 2018 on Bonita Beach and on Barefoot Beach next door. Thousands and thousands. One of my former students who took this picture, he was on the beach and watched the blue crabs crawl out of the water and die on the beach. We tried to collect some and we tried to revive them, but they were unfortunately too far gone and they died. We thought it was red tide. Red tide was out there. We went out and we also measured a lack of oxygen in the water. So these crabs probably suffocated and were being exposed to the toxin, so it was a double whammy that killed them. Next slide. These are just a series of emails. So here's an email, somebody reporting to Florida DEP and Fish and Wildlife Commission. A fish kill has been recorded on the Imperial River. Can somebody at Vester go and look at it? And so I've highlighted some of the different state agency and Collier County people that were on this email. And so I said, yes, where is it? We'll go out and look for it. It took 2 days before it finally came around to me. By the time I got out there, I could not find the fish kill. So it was not a rapid response. We need to be able to respond to this. Next slide. Here's one that came through City of Bonita. So one of the people that work for you, Jason Giacarino, and also with Stephanie Erickson with Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Purple stuff on the banks of the Imperial River. Anyone know what this is? And it's like, we think it's bacteria. This water steward would be able to respond to this, test it. My guess is it's bacteria. We could do some molecular analysis and tell you, oh yeah, it's purple sulfobacteria or something like that. Right now, it's purple slime. All right, is it pollution? Is it toxic? I mean, think about tourists, think about the people that are using the water, they're not gonna know. Next slide, please. This is a quote from Roden Odolini, excuse me. The last time I spoke in front of you, there were some questions on, well, shouldn't the state or the county be doing some things? And so I want to point out some of the gaps in their coverage. And so one thing that Roland mentions here is they do not do event response. They will not necessarily be able to deploy their people where Bonita would want them or in specific areas. And so, in his opinion, he thought this would be a good position as well to help augment and help respond better to the needs, not only of Bonita Springs, but the Imperial River and Estero Bay and our local water health as well. Next. And here's my contact information if anyone has any follow-up questions, and of course, I'll be happy to take any questions now.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Parsons. We'll start at this end. We started with Fred last time. Councilwoman Crumba, do you have questions or comments for anybody?
I just have sort of general questions, First of all, you answered one of my major questions because it wasn't clear to me how this would integrate with the effort that's been done by Lee County. And my similar question for Southwest Florida Water Management also, because both these entities have engaged in contracts and studies. So I think you answered my question about Lee County. I don't know about South Florida Water Management, because I'm concerned about the spheres of responsibility, you know? So I guess that they're doing a little bit, but not nearly enough to get the job done, is what you're basically saying. And I have a specific question about collecting the samples within the city's natural water bodies for bacterial analysis, eliminating enterococcal and fecal coliform, because we're already doing a study on that. But my question is, what other kind of bacteria would they be doing that we should be concerned about anyway?
Yeah, so in terms of the discussions on, that would be augmenting sampling and we would not be doing the actual bacterial analyses, but it would be collecting samples for ongoing bacterial analyses efforts. Now the question would be, in terms of E. coli measurements or enterococcus measurements, looking at total coliform or fecal coliform, those are basically the four biggies. And so it would be looking at the data, seeing what else would need to be done. As you know, that there's a project being funded with two of our professors in the water school, Donald Duke and Toshi Urakawa, and maybe Serge Thomas is involved in that project as well. So it'd be looking at what that project is doing, seeing if we can provide additional sampling with this person being on the water. So it'd be leveraging resources on that side. But I think the bigger picture is tying this back into what more needs to be done and getting into the source tracing and really getting an answer on, are we getting the data we need to really address the problem and finding ways to rectify it.
And then my other concern was that I wanted to be certain that this project would be focused on the specific needs of Bonita Springs. And I think you answered that question already. So I'm comfortable with this.
And Amy, I'm not going to interrupt you, but I guess maybe I will. On one of your slides, you had a dot that was located in Collier County. No big deal, but but for example, on one of those slides that was south of the border, as they say to our neighbors to the south, in Collier County, and there's, as you know, there's you cross the street from where you are, and you're in Collier County. But I didn't know if that was a concern of yours, Amy.
And then in general, just following up on that comment, is that I think that this is going to be focused on Imperial River, but we have other water bodies that I think are more particular to the needs of the city. So I would be interested in having that focus on all our water bodies, not just Imperial River.
I think it covers a
But I think this all comes in with the scoping of the contract. So I think that I would want to follow up on that kind of comment to see if we could extend it, because I really want the focus to be on Bonita Springs.
Yeah, the way I envision it basically would be New Pass South. And then it would be south to Bonita Beach Road. And then in terms of how far inland we would go, I think that'll be part of the scoping meeting in terms of what will we be doing at Vester by boat versus people getting in cars and driving around. That'd be a really good place to interface with South Florida Water Management District, seeing some of the inland sampling that Lee County's doing, and talk with them on, okay, what coverage is missing on those fronts. And so I think what we want to do, we don't want to duplicate. We basically want to interface and augment.
Because I don't think it's clear to me how all these entities operate together. And
It's often not clear to them either, honestly. So.
So I would want, well, first of all, and some of these things, my question is, why isn't Lee County doing it, but I guess we all are faced with the same situation, passing the buck. But thank you. I thought it was a very informative presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Amy, anything else at the moment, or?
No,
you're
I'm
for
good.
now?
I think that's all it.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilman Purdon.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Mayor Kevin Wayne for coming. Chairman Chauncey Goss, pleasure, FGCU. We really appreciate you coming. For me, this was something for the Bonita Springs political nerds who follow this deeply. We came close to something along these lines a couple months back. So when I got elected, the first thing I did was print up the old green sheet, and I read it 800 times backwards, forwards, and sideways, and then I made some additions that I think addressed some of the initial concerns we had, and after seeing what you all were able to put together, I'm very pleased. But I'd just like to point out the idea of having included in the scope of work prior to last time, FDEP coordinating for the bioreactor. For me, green infrastructure is a big deal. Our initial tests on that bioreactor have been very successful. I think we can use this as a platform in Bonita, and I think that in and of itself makes this of good value. But then, consistent testing with regularity keeps us proactive versus reactive, like you pointed out. To me, that's the only position I want to be in. Grant procurement was another thing that I wanted to add, because I hate to keep bringing her up, but we have a member on our staff, in a year and a half, she's brought us $29 million. I mean, the idea that you can help her in that department on specific water-related tasks, Kevin was saying 6 to 1. I think that's a very believable number for what we're putting in. I believe the power of collaboration with a regional university is huge. If you know where Vester Lab is, right on the water, you might think it's a construction site when you drive by, but what I vision is something that says FGCU in Bonita Springs, and all those people who are going by are going to see that, and I think there's going to be a lot of other components that will follow with that. And the last part, after I went on the tour, which was wonderful and I appreciate, was I put a 2-year. I thought that we could put it for 2 years so that anybody who had heartburn about the financial commitment would get 2 years to look at it, and we'd be able to prove that this was a viable product. So if anybody was having heartburn over the amount of money, I hope that would help. So with those additions and the tour itself, my socks were blown off, and I really look forward to the opportunity of a collaboration with FGCU. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Carr?
Thank you all for coming. Great to see you again, Dr. Parsons. Fabulous presentation. I just think you should make it to the county commissioners, and that they should fund this, or maybe somebody who's doing the water school. And it's a perfect research position at the school. It's just such a hit for Bonita to take it on. And as Dr. Martin pointed out, we've been hit, everybody's been hit by COVID-19, and the ramifications haven't come in yet. And for us to then commit to, $100 grand is just, to me, a lot. And the county commissioners could do it, and maybe then Sanibel wouldn't have to pay for it either, that they could, it does seem like it should be a county, and we should hook up with, Charlotte County and our wonderful facility up there. But I don't see it for Bonita Springs right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Corey?
Mike, welcome. You've addressed the Bonita Bay Community Association Leadership Group a couple of times when we've asked you to appear, and answered a lot of questions, especially after Irma and all the red tide and blue-green algae. I'm all in favor of collecting data, but take me out 2 years from now, and we have collected this data, and we know the condition of the water. One, what kind of grants would we be pursuing in terms of improving water quality? And two, what would those grants be able to accomplish unless and until the management of Lake Okeechobee is resolved, especially with the growing of additional grasses within the water and in the canal north of Lake Okeechobee that was straightened out, whereby a lot of the grasses that were in the water before are no longer there to filter that water. So even if we know what the condition is here in Bonita Springs, and we would apply for grant money, is that really going to move the needle? I mean, that's my basic question.
Right. I think if you look at the water quality concerns that Bonita's having right now, a lot of it is nitrogen, for example. A lot of that nitrogen, you have no control of what's coming downstream from above by yourself. But you have a charge to reduce the nitrogen as it moves through your region. So with the bioreactor, for example, that's a great effort. And other efforts with fertilizer ordinances by the county, so on and so forth. There's ways to reduce that nitrogen input. As a member of the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, we're also looking at things like septic tanks. And we're also looking at Florida-friendly landscaping and issues like that. So there's a lot of different tools that are available. And so the trick, as you're saying, is what funding is available. And so, for example, there are DEP funds. With the bioreactor, for example, with FDEP, there was funding that was brought in with that. There are EPA, Environmental Protection Agency funds that are available for nutrient reduction related to harmful algal bloom issues that involve landscape remodeling almost and better runoff control. There are ways to interface better with the South Florida Water Management District and look what's upstream. Look in the Corkscrew Swamp, what's upstream in the watershed from Bonita Springs, and working with them collectively on grant proposals on what can be done there to reduce the nitrogen before it even comes in to Bonita Springs. So I think there's a lot of issues on that. There's things that would be related to looking at tourism impacts and how does that relate. And you could interface with Sanibel, you could interface with Fort Myers Beach. I remember talking with John Lee up in Sanibel, and the Southwest Florida Alliance of Chambers of Commerce tried to fund a project to look at the economic impact with the Florida Taxpayer Group, and they ended up taking the funding back and the contract back because there weren't enough good data to really get accurate numbers in the way they wanted to look at it. And part of the problem was they were looking at things like hotel occupancy rates, but the occupancy rates didn't include renovated hotels or hotels that were closed for another reason, so they didn't have the proper numbers. And I could see, you know, one thing with the water school is bringing in some outside groups, bring in the Luckert School of Business, work with the different chambers on what other data can we collect to do this, to get the right data. And again, be proactive on it. This gives us an opportunity to be proactive rather than reactive and trying to put out a big fire that we barely understand. So I think we have to look at what we think the issues are, and the grant funding is there, and then gather the data, the evidence that we need to present our case for obtaining those funds.
Thank you for that, Mike. A couple of other goals or objectives I would have for you to think about is the ability to collect the data that would, from a scientific standpoint, negate the fears of Collier County moving, for us to move water, be able to move water south into the big Cypress watershed. I think if we could access the routes through Collier County, get that water to the Everglades and relieve the pressure on the Imperial River and Spring River to drain from the east side of 75 and the DRGR so that we can eliminate the flooding as quickly as we can. That would be a worthwhile goal as well. So I would hope that the data you collect could be used to eliminate the scientific problem, whether or not it's good water to move south, and then it just simply becomes a political issue of seeing how government leaders can work together to resolve a problem in this part of Lee County. So I'd encourage you to think along those lines as well.
I think that's a great suggestion, yes. And I think that's an example of some of these emerging issues or issues that are very important to the city that we could definitely help with and this water steward could help with, but may not necessarily resonate when you get to the county or the state level. So that's where having a focus on this, a local focus, to gather the data, put together the argument on why we need to do it, either for funding or for policy change. That's why it would be important.
Thank you very much.
Sure, you're welcome.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mike Gibson.
Yeah, mainly just want to say thank you to everybody for being here today, and I'm in favor of this. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Forbes.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I think it's important that we try and pin down how much is flowing in from the east and kind of to the north, because really Bonita is kind of the bottom of the bowl of this big drainage area. And I think that you'll find out that a lot of the pollutants that are coming in are coming not from Bonita, but into Bonita from the east and from the other directions. And we've got our good county commissioner sitting here, and I want a commitment out of him that if it shows that there's pollution levels coming in from Lee County.
Hey, Fred, I'm really sorry, and it's, no, I'm sorry about that. Councilman Corey's having a hard time hearing you, even though I know you're speaking into the microphone, and I know Addison was just up here.
Yeah.
Is everybody else okay on sound? I know I've got a loud voice, thank you in the back, but for whatever reason, you're having difficulty.
It's the they probably need to move those monitors
Okay.
up.
Okay.
Try and go up loud.
That's better.
Yeah, there you go, that does sound
There you go.
better. There you go.
Thank you, Addison.
I'm booming like the mayor does.
Yeah, there you go. Say it, Fred, say
All
it.
right, so I'm confident that your test will show, if you do the testing right, the sampling areas, that we have a lot of the pollution that's messing up our rivers and our creeks and our water quality coming from outside the city into the city. And if we do, I want a commitment from our county that they're going to help fund this till we get it pinned down and help get it cleaned up on the other side of the track, so to speak, because we're the bottom of the bowl. The mayor calls it downriver. But most of the stuff to the east and to the north flows in here. And the other thing, we want to make sure that we have a good handle, even though it's not in the city, of what would flow if we open Logan Boulevard up to where it flowed south, because we don't want to send highly polluted water south, because that'll cause another problem. So one last question. This is a question for you and also Arlene and Matt. Is there anything in this proposal that no matter what, that would require us to have to add staff to city staff to help monitor this? I don't think so, but I want to ask the question.
We're not anticipating city staff?
Yeah, would we need any more staff? Because
Not city staff. Based on, as you know, you have a separate contract right now with FGCU with the monitoring of other items within the water through this separate agreement.
Okay.
So once the collection samples we'll have to see if we need consultant assistance with that analysis, but it would not be city staff.
Right. Now, one last thing, and I'm talking to the choir out there. Here's the thing. Bonita is a flooding area that floods, and when it does, it causes a lot of problems. But the problems only last typically a week to 2 weeks, a couple real bad areas that might go 2.5 weeks. Pollution, bad water quality, which we've had for years and it ain't getting better, is a 365-day-a-year, 24-hour-a-day problem. And we need to get to the other side of that to where we're making good progress. I think that this is a good thing to do. It's not the answer and the be-all, but it's one of the bullets that we need to have in our gun to get stuff cleaned up. And I think I'm hoping that the county cooperates to the utmost with you. We got a commitment from South Florida Water Management that they will, so I'm in favor of it.
Great, thank you. Council, was there other questions? Okay, well, I just want to say thank you for everybody that's here right now. Obviously, President Martin, Dr. Tolley, and Dr. Parsons, Chairman Chauncey Goss, and Mayor Kevin Ruane. And I think everybody knows my passion for the environment. And I've said it a million times. Let this go on the record as the millionth. Our environment is our economy, and our economy is our environment. It's that easy. There's other questions, there's other issues, but in my mind, they are interlinked, interconnected, 100%, 1,000%. So I could not be more excited. And it's one of these issues where you can follow You can lead or get the heck out of the way, and we are ready to lead along with Sanibel and the other communities. So with that, I'd like to call the question and make the motion that we accept this as written for our partnership with Florida Gulf Coast University. And I don't know if there's anything that needs to be read. Derek, do you want to read the details? Do the drill down for us, Derek, please.
Mr. Mayor, this is just a scope of work. It's not really in a final form. In speaking with FGCU, you will see a final draft. So what we're looking for here is really direction to move to that stage, to drafting up a formal agreement. With respect to the public comment item I discussed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks for the reminder.
No, but this is, because this is not the final action, you don't have to take public comment on that. We're going to have public comment as the next item anyway. And if there's anything useful, you could always ask to add that into the scoping of the project.
No, I certainly, Arlene, did you have?
I think Amy's got
Mayor.
something.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to add something to this. I mean, I think it's fine to give the sense of the council. I think most of us are in agreement here, but I would like to clarify and ask the staff to go over the scope and focus on the internal needs of the city of Bonita Springs. And I really would prefer that that be the focus here, all right? I also would like the staff to coordinate with the other entities, Lee County and South Florida Water Management, and see where they have responsibilities here, because I don't want to take over any responsibilities from those two entities. And so I would give that direction to the staff and come back with a scope. These additions that were given in this presentation compared to what was last is a vast improvement, but I want to really be certain that that's what's being covered here, including what Fred Forbes said there, because I do agree that that's an aspect of our problem that we have that's particular to us. So unless we go northeast, we're not going to get the answers. And we could have a whole, and I also think that maybe we should discuss the financing, because I think Laura brought up a good idea, so I'd like to hear from the staff about what this means from a fiscal point of view. Can we pay for it? Is this a problem? Where are we doing here?
And also,
Jesse, Councilor Purdy.
Curiosity, I mean, they tell you to quit selling when you get what you want, but I just curiosity standpoint, from the contract that we have ongoing with FGCU where they're doing it, if this goes through, left hand would be talking to right hand in regards to that stuff. So they would be working.
Use the microphone, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're talking that way.
Okay, sorry. What I asked was, I said generally you're supposed to stop selling when you have the votes you want, but I just wanted to circle back and ask the question, with the contract that we have with FGCU currently where they are doing water testing for us, the person that we're potentially talking about creating here would also be working somewhat in conjunction with them, so the left hand and the right hand are talking, because if we're subcontracting to FGCU for two positions water quality-wise, it would only make sense that they talk. I don't know logistically if there's any issues with that, but I mean, to me, it makes sense. So I'm not saying we have to alter it, but food for thought as staff is going over it.
Thank you,
You
Councilman.
mentioned-
Fred and then Laura.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask if you would consider adding to your motion that we would write a letter for your signature that would ask South Florida Water Management District to be sure and give us all the services they can to support this, and to consider that if it turns out that these sources of the pollution in Bonita, or a lot of it's external, that they would even consider maybe helping out with next year's funding of this.
That's fine by me.
Good.
It was, thank you, Mr. Mayor. FDCU is already doing work for Bonita Springs? Jesse?
Correct. Currently, we are doing some testing within the Imperial River based on.
And how much is that running? Is it costing?
I'm not involved in that project, so I don't know what the cost is on that. That'll be right.
We'll have to check.
Okay, so the left hand's not talking to the right all the time. But so how much are we paying for that?
I will have to confirm with Matt Feeney as soon as he returns. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I've made my motion. I will be glad to write a letter to Chairman Chauncey Goss, who's sitting right here, but I'd be happy to do that and get his thoughts. Derek?
With respect to Councilwoman Carumba's comments, did you want to incorporate that direction as well? Or is that the desire of the council?
That would be fine. That would be fine. I don't want to henpeck this to death, but I do want to get the answers that we need. We have 99% of the answers. I don't want to bog it down. and I don't want to dissect the dissection, but with that being said, Matt, did you have some information you wanted to add?
No, it's approximately $27,000 is the current agreement with FGCU for testing the Imperial River.
And it's
Okay.
a recurring fee?
It's
No, that was to do some seasonal sampling, both wet season and dry season, to get an understanding of what's going on in Spring Creek and the Imperial River with respect to bacteria. They've done the first 2, I think 3 sets of samples. There's more to come, and there'll probably be more sampling to really understand what's going on. This will give us an idea, but kind of like Dr. Parsons mentioned earlier, this stuff is not simple, and it takes much more than 4 sampling events to really understand what the source is, what the cause is. This study does do some DNA sequencing, so we'll understand some of that source, but I think what they're indicating is there will be a need for a little bit more study, and that's why we wrote in the collection part into this scope, so that at least the collection can happen through this scope of work, and then the analysis, which is fairly detailed, could be addressed in a separate agreement.
Again, it does sound like this is definitely a county issue. This is huge. This is not just Bonita Springs.
Okay. I've made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Carumba?
This is with my suggestions. Is that what we're voting on?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
No.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Look forward to working together. And may I add, it's long overdue. Look forward to leading and no longer following, and we're not going to get out of the way. We're going to lead the charge, so thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to open this up to public comment on agenda items. Members of the public that would like to speak, please come forward at this time. And I will keep a stopwatch on those speaking. Up there.
That's why I was like adding all this stuff, trying to make it more palatable for everybody.
Well, now that we...
Welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Mayor Simmons, council members. I want to thank all the wonderful professors from FGCU and President Martin. Thank you so much. And also, of course, the people who came across the bridge from Sanibel. This is such an amazing moment for those of us who have tried.
And I apologize.
So
Can
hard.
you
Sure.
state your name?
I will.
apologize.
Yeah, it's an amazing moment for those of us who've tried hard to get to this point. My name is Louise Coach. I live on Big Hickory Island. I face both the bay and the Gulf, and I'm a volunteer with the Friends of Lovers Key. This is a CSO for Lovers Key State Park. I do water sampling for Calusa Waterkeeper, Fish and Wildlife, and Estero Bay Aquatic Preserve. And I just want to thank this board, this council, for taking a really important step toward maybe moving to the level of leadership that you see on Sanibel. And I strongly encourage every member of the board here, of the council, to look at the Sanibel Communities for Clean Water website. It is an extremely sophisticated way to create a nexus between what is going on in government and the good work that Arlene and Matt are doing and what people in their own backyards can do to prevent pollution. Thank you so much for taking this important step toward improving water quality. And I just want to ask one question, and that is, there was in the scope of the work statement, provide weekly water status updates to the Bonita Springs City Council and engage citizens. And I would like to know how you anticipate what that would look like so that there truly is a connection between government, science, and concerned citizens like myself. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for being here. Other members of the public that would like to speak?
Hi, my name is Ed Shinauskas.
I'm sorry, there are sound problems in here. I apologize.
My name is Ed Shinauskas. I live in a community adjacent to Spring Creek. I spend a lot of time on Spring Creek, a lot of time on the Imperial River, in Estero Bay, and on the beach. I volunteer and do water testing with the Calusa Waterkeepers. I volunteer with Turtle Time, walk Big Hickory Island twice a week looking for turtle nests. And through those experiences, I've seen firsthand the red tide, the blue-green algae, and and the impacts of the water quality situation that we have down here. I'd like to thank FGCU for being proactive in bringing this proposal forward. I urge the city and the council to make the investment and move forward. I think this is a very important step. I'd like to thank Matt Feeney as well for making this a high priority in the work that the staff has been doing to identify some of the issues. I think it's very important that you look at the data and the science. While you walk on the beach and you boat in the water, it might look great, but the data tells us other words, and the science is going to help us figure out what to do. So I applaud you with putting a focus on data and science. I hope that this work will be done and augment the existing work that you're doing with FGCU and not replace that. I hope that the testing is done in professional and certified labs, and I hope that all that data is updated to the state FDEP database and made available to the public as well as we go through this. So again, I want to thank you, and I urge you to make this investment, and I'm really glad to see this commitment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks for being here this evening. Other members of the public that would like to speak? Please come forward. Good evening, Rick.
Hey, Mayor.
Welcome good to see you.
Hey, perfect timing, huh? I'm
didn't
not the
recognize
masked bandit tonight. No. I'm the mayor's survey for the good life. Did you give me $84,000? I watched it on TV. The sound is terrible. Absolutely can't understand a word. I was warned about that, and sure enough, it's true. I missed it last time. I see you want to eliminate the public from telling you their opinion, called lobbying. How much more elimination of the public are you going to do? I see there's a lot of public here tonight, but that's my one problem. I hate to come with all these problems, but there's a lot of room for improvement here. Now, this church is a part of Love Inc., which is Love in the Name of Christ, who has over $100,000 to help people with this COVID-19 relief, help with the electric bills, the mortgages, and their rent. Yeah, I don't think it's a government should be getting involved with the welfare program in Bonita Springs. Sometimes I think that since I think 6 out of 7 of you live in gated communities, and you're dictating to the other 30% of the people that don't live in dictated communities. And that's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public that would like to speak? Good evening, Dwight. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor, council members. I thought Martha was going to speak because she drafted a slightly different version of the lobbying amendment. Dwight Esmond, Paradise Road. Few items on the agenda today. First, a motion by Chris to try to improve the Terry Street roundabout. Mayor, I heard you actually were one of the ones who opposed that design back when it was proposed. that's true, you are to be commended. The roundabout does not work the way it should. It's not safe for pedestrians. So I'm very much in support of anything we can do to improve it. Second, regarding Chris Corey's motion to move up the effective date of the lobbying amendment that was put in the Florida Constitution back in November of 2018. This amendment finally included elected city officials for the first time, yet it's not supposed to go into effect until the end of 2022. Why the wait? I don't think any of us understood that it was going to be a 4-year delay when we voted for it. It was passed 2 years ago. We can make sure this goes on the ballot in November, this November, to take effect at the end of the year. Won't cost the city anything. And I personally don't feel like any elected official should be lobbying for anything except for the city they represent. Furthermore, as an elected official, you all have a better opportunity to get in front of some county, state official than I do as a private citizen. So that sort of gives you an unfair financial advantage. And third, I want to say to Laura Carr's motion, you guys ought to take a break every hour and a half, 2 hours, because I'm probably going to take a break very shortly. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Great, thanks for being here, Dwight. Other members of the public that would like to speak? Councilwoman Simons, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a handout for council members and staff that are here, and I have a couple extra. If Rick, you need a copy of that. I think you misunderstood, my friend. I just have a few minutes. I would have said a million things about the water, but I'll do that the next time. Yeah. No, dear. They have it. Yes, they have it. Okay, so I'm going to try to read through this real fast and get it over with, okay?
Speak up.
I'm going to speak up, too. How's that? Let me just get my iPad rolling along here. Can you give me a minute, Mayor? Stop the clock from starting.
The clock is running.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Dang it, that's not the one I'm looking for. Okay. I'm here to speak about the proposed lobbyist prohibition. It's easy to see that we love Bonita Springs. That's not the right page, but first let me give you a little history. Up until this point, Bonita Springs was pretty much, no offense to the county, not maliciously, but neglected, okay? From 1925 to the 50s, Bonita Springs had an elected representative in government, county, city level. For 50 years, we did not. We had nobody representing us. We were on our own. We were self-reliant. We were independent. And then in the early 1990s, we had a CRA in Old 41. That got taken away from us by the county by the mid-90s. 1996, Paul Pass ran for county commissioner. That didn't work out so well. So when we became a city, boy, were we proud and we were excited. We had great hope and great pride that we were going to self-govern. And we were going to be very, bold and innovative, and we have been. So it's been up to us here in Bonita Springs. We've made great improvement. Some not so good, but it's been because of what we have done, because of our self-governance. So we're very proud of that. And with that in mind, we always want to be our best, make improvements to Bonita Springs, be proud of what we do, be an innovator born of that self-reliance. This proposed lobbyist prohibition is another improvement, both ethically and practically, to strengthen our self-governance. As elected municipal officials, you take an ethics training course now as part of your official duties. So you'll be familiar when I speak about conflicts of interest, the divided loyalties associated with serving two masters. For some, this might seem vague, but the problem is real. Conflict of interest is both straightforward and complex matter. Its principles easy to define. In the public sector, a conflict of interest arises when a public official has private capacity interests which could improperly influence the performance of his official duties and responsibilities. Left unresolved, A conflict of interest can result, not necessarily, but it could, in corrupt conduct, abuse of office, misconduct, breach of trust, unlawful action. But most importantly, it can lead to the public's mistrust in the integrity of their government, our precious self-government here, and loss in their ability to self-govern. For a public official, even having an apparent conflict of interest, and it talks about this in our administrative code, can be serious as having an actual conflict because of that potential doubt to arise about the official's integrity, and here in Bonita Springs, the loss of the integrity of the local government they serve. So that is some of the ethical argument. Elected officials should not serve two masters. It's easy to see how conflicts of interest fail the public practically. For instance, when the City Council prioritizes your list of legislative priorities, you consider what is most important for our city and focus on those. We all know whether lobbying the county, state, or federal government, you can't ask too much. You can't make too many requests. If a member of this council meets thank you, sir, meets with one of the branches of government, other branches of government, we want you focused on our needs of our city, of our needs. The conflict arises when a member of council goes to lobby on behalf of another entity that they forfeit their responsibility to have face time and make an ask on our behalf. You and I know that there's just so many asks an individual can make. So will the council member choose to lobby for the entity who paid them, or if those sworn, he is sworn, she is sworn, to serve in public office? So I see this as a proposal for a better Bonita Springs. I hope we get your approval and consider it as part of our city's Integrity First program, which strengthens what Bonita Springs want and expect of their city, a reliable, effective, and trustworthy government and transparent public management from now on and forever. And I have given you each a little note.
10 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I want that time back. We ask you to make and support the following motion. This is very simple. You can keep it simple, right? We keep that in our heads. Keep it simple. Simply, this amendment here.
Thank you. Time. There's 2 more opportunities to speak. Councilwoman, thanks for being
Before you
with us.
vote, I don't believe so, Mayor. Please read the amendment and please support, and I thank you very much,
Thanks for
Councilman
being with
Corey.
us tonight. Thank you very much. Other members of the public that would like to speak, please come forward. Dwight, you've already spoken. Are there other members of the public that would like to speak?
Can I?
No. Please have a seat. Are there other members of the public that would like to speak? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Sandy Gibbons. I live in Village Walk of Bonita, and I would like to urge support of the amendment that Councilwoman Simons referred to. I want to thank Councilman Corey for raising the issue, and I would like to read the proposed simplified amendment. Should this charter of the City of Bonita Springs be amended to include the following? Neither the mayor nor any city council member shall be a lobbyist for paid or in-kind compensation for personal gain. This does not prohibit the mayor and the city council from lobbying in accordance with their official duties of office and the stated goals of the Bonita Springs City Council. And I urge everyone on the council to adopt that, please.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Other members of the public that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Council, what's your pleasure? Do we have one item there? And I will read what that is. Item A, approve a resolution accepting the resignation of one member of the Board for Land Use Hearings and Adjustments and Zoning Board of Appeals. This is green sheet number 20-06-133. I brought this to council at our last meeting, and I'll read you the background here. Don Konikowski, a member of the city's Board for Land Use Hearings and Adjustments and Zoning Board of Appeals, has submitted her resignation effective February 18th, 2020. Ordinance number 00-06, Section 2 states, the board shall be comprised of 7 members who shall be legal residents of the city, appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of city council. Staff will advertise the vacancy. And we had a long discussion And by a vote of 5-2, last time we voted not to accept the resignation in the hopes that we could have the chairman, Larry Kurlander, and Don Konikowski, a member of the board, work out their differences. And unfortunately, that did not come to pass. So here we are, brought with a decision now. Do we want to accept her resignation, or do we not want to accept her resignation? Do we want members, and if we accept that resignation, what precedent does that set moving forward for members that might want to serve on any of our committees and their First Amendment rights? For those of you that may not be familiar, Ms. Konikowski sent out an email from a private server, obviously, on her own time, and we're giving background. Point of order? Okay, what's the point of order?
I don't believe that we should have one interpretation, especially when the parties are not here. The parties have not requested a hearing. They haven't come forth and expressed a desire. I hope we don't do this with every person who decides for some reason, personal, be what it is, that they want to resign from a committee. They may do so without us formally doing a hearing on it. So I just move that we accept Dawn's resignation and put this all to bed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Actually, I'm running this meeting, but I appreciate that. So with the point of order, Derek.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that the point of order really reflects a procedural issue. However, I think the concern is that we're going beyond the green sheet and the explanation, so perhaps just in discussion, those same points can be addressed.
And my concern is, I appreciate that, Derek, and I appreciate that, Laura. My concern is, if any member of our committees moving forward want to send out an email that either the chairman or somebody on the committee disagrees with, what are we saying? What are we saying to these committee members who serve as volunteers and put in a lot of hours and a lot of work?
A point of order, we do not
Laura?
know. We do not know that that was the case. Okay, I happen to have spoken to one of the parties, and you are characterizing it differently than the person I spoke with.
Well,
So
you
that's
spoke,
why
did you
I'm
speak to
having-
one of the parties or two of the parties?
I spoke with one of the
Every
parties.
side has two stories.
At least two.
And at least two. So you heard one side. Why don't you
The other side
express to us
chose-
what the one side
No,
is?
I choose not to.
Okay, that is your
And the-
choice.
and the
I am
person
using my
chose-
choice to explain First Amendment rights.
Mayor?
No,
Yes.
I don't.
May I
Amy.
suggest we can address the concern that you're raising, which I think is a legitimate one, but I think it should be done in two pieces. I'm not sure we can do anything with this motion that's before us other than to accept it, but I was going to have, as a follow-up, a suggestion that we develop some kind of policy to assure that people could have free speech. That's two different things. I'm totally on board with what our discussion was the last time.
Yes.
I'm not sure it would be helpful to go through the whole thing again, but we need to get beyond this. I think it uncovered a weakness that we have here that we need to address with some kind of policy. And maybe when we're a little calmer, we can talk to the staff and maybe Derek could help us with it. But I think something needs to be done in regard to policy.
I absolutely
So
agree
may
with
I
that,
suggest, if you're in favor, could we just move the question? And, I mean, can you see of any other way of doing this?
Well, if it's certainly, look, I was hopeful that we could work this out and both members would stay and work this out. I can say I spoke to both parties on several occasions, heard both sides of the story, and I do care to relay that conversation, okay? And I have my First Amendment rights just like you have yours, Laura, and just like everybody else has theirs. If we accept this resignation from a chairman who's a skilled attorney and knows all about First Amendment rights that happened to disagree with the email that was sent, what precedent are we sending? Now, Amy, to your point, I absolutely agree. We have discovered a weakness in our system. So are we going to let the person that disagreed with the email and not allowing a freedom of speech to sit and continue to serve and accept one resignation for somebody that's had their rights trampled on?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Fred.
I was under the impression at the last meeting that Derek and Arlene were going to talk to both parties. Did that occur?
I spoke with both parties, and it is my opinion that the direction the council gave at the last meeting was for me to select a mutually agreeable party to serve as a mediator and try to work out this issue. I don't believe that either party would accept that, and I think that at this point, and speaking particularly with Ms. Kanikowski, that we are talking about an irreconcilable issue here.
Irreconcilable difference, as you would say. So that's a committee of 7, like most of our committees. And Amy, I like your suggestion. We've discovered a weakness, but so now we have a resignation based on a difference of opinion. It wasn't amoral. It wasn't unethical. It was just a difference of opinion. And because of a difference of opinion, we have a resignation. And I think that is a horrible precedent for our residents to hear. We have difference of opinions up here. Does that mean one of us should step down? There's difference of opinions on the county commission. Does that mean some of them should step down, or the South Florida Water Management District, or any of the other governing boards, or any of our other committees? The outreach committee, I can tell you, has a difference of opinion all the time.
Every time.
But they work it out professionally. They don't ask for resignations, and they don't go in a foxhole because they disagree with what's going on. Arts and public places, I'm sure they have had a difference of opinion. In fact, I know they have, or any of our other committees. So that is my point, is if there is a difference of opinion, are we gonna say it's okay to accept their resignation because there was a difference of opinion? Or are we gonna have a discussion about it with differences, Laura, obviously, and anybody else, and do we want to accept that? Our citizens of Bonita Springs, almost 60,000 people now, you know there's a difference of opinion, but they look to us for leadership and guidance. And to go quiet on this issue is not in my DNA, especially when there's First Amendment rights involved over a simple difference of opinion. So where do we go from here, Council? What's your pleasure?
Well, I don't see how we can not accept our resignation, but as I said last time, I wish both of them would stay. But if they both don't stay, I think the chairman was out of line by asking for her resignation, or actually saying he would resign if she didn't. I just think that was out of order, and if we're gonna accept hers, I think we should ask for his resignation also.
Is that a motion, Mike?
That is a motion.
And I'm gonna second that motion.
He's done a great job. I appreciate everything he's done, but I cannot reconcile with his decision.
Right, so, and that's my thought. Either they both stay or they both go, with all due respect. There's been a motion. Yes, Derek?
I would vote on the first motion first.
Okay.
Before moving on to the second.
And the first
Just
motion
be
is to
clear.
accept Ms. Konikowski's resignation?
Correct.
Okay. There's been a
Now,
motion.
they're not
yes?
mutually exclusive, of course, so you could accept hers in the first motion and then move to ask the chairman to tender his as well.
So
If that's simpler.
let me understand. We've got a letter of resignation from Don Konikowski. Now, if I want to keep Larry Kurland there in his post, there's going to be a motion on the floor that says, well, no, if we vote to accept her resignation, then he has to go too. What kind of resolution is this? We have a letter of resignation. We either vote to accept it or we vote not to accept it. We can do a sort of policy discussions later, but I think this motion made by Mr. Gibson is out of order.
Okay, well, there's been a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
What are we voting on?
We're gonna take them one at a time, and we're gonna vote on Don Konikowski first. Roll call, please.
Councilman Purdon,
I hate to see her go, but I will vote yes.
Councilwoman Carr,
Yes.
Mayor Simmons,
Aye.
Councilman Corey,
Aye.
Councilman Gibson,
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Okay, now there's been a motion to ask Mr. Kurlander as the chairman to resign because they could not work out their differences. And there's been a motion and a second. We're going to take the vote one at a time. Is there further discussion on this?
What is the reason that we're asking him to resign?
Because his reason for asking Ms. Konikowski to resign, what was it based on? Personal opinion? Personal preference?
Lack of judicial temperament.
Unprofessionalism? I disagree, Chris. I just simply disagree.
Well, I disagree with you violently because,
Understood.
you know, but what's the record? We haven't got a record.
What is her record for resigning? For sending out an
letter-
email?
No, her record for resigning is her letter of resignation.
Okay.
Now, if we're going to conduct a hearing with respect to Mr. Kurlander, then let's conduct a hearing, but let's create a record as to why we're going to ask him to resign.
Fair enough. Further discussion?
I think that we should not be in a position to ask him to resign because we have no process by which we could do that. I do think that it was an inappropriate thing to do, but we didn't, I'm not even sure he had the authority to say that. I don't know how chairmen of our committees
They serve at the will and the pleasure of the council. as
Right,
we
so
know.
he didn't even have the authority to do that. So I think we could ask, at least point out to him that that was an inappropriate use of his position. And I think that's the message that I would like to send, but I don't think we should ask him. That's another precedent that's not so good either. We can't get out of this completely happy, unfortunately.
Mr.
because
Mayor
the-
and Council, I have a potential recommendation based on your adopted rules of procedure. So your rules regarding advisory committees indicate that in the event that one of the council members feels that an advisory member board has acted in an inappropriate manner, that item should be green sheeted and taken to the council for their consideration on action regarding that member. That is actually how we got to this place the first time around. It was the mayor's desire to bring that issue up. We could do the same thing with respect to Mr. Kurlander and these policies at a future meeting. And that would give the chairman an opportunity to speak if he desired so.
Thank you, Derek. Fred?
Yeah.
I didn't quite hear that.
I make some motions on this motion. Number one, and I think I said this first time, I think the idea of trying to get the parties together was good. I think when it got into here, I call it the big room, that it put the situation probably in an irreconcilable difference, that nothing could. So number one, I don't think we should ever do this again, but I think we could do this. We could ask any committee man or committee woman that if somebody on the committee does something that they feel is out of order, that before they go sending an email, that they at least talk to Arlene and Derek to see if it's really should happen.
Personal email?
But I think that's all I'm saying. Not bring it in here, because I don't think it has any business in here.
Just to clarify what you're saying, Fred, I just want to make sure I understood you. Are you saying that anybody who's a chair of one of our committees, prior to sending a personal email, would have to clear it with Arlene or Derek Rooney? I just want to make sure that's what you said, and I understood you.
I couldn't hear you.
I know, it's hard to hear.
Okay.
He didn't say that.
Oh, he didn't say that?
I believe what he said was that before any of them send an email officially to Arlene or Derek or any of us, that they speak to them first before putting, not Dawn's email that went out,
So we're
So
talking
you don't have to
official
ask to do a personal email, it's just an email.
Because we have no right to sponsor their personal emails. If we're talking city, fine. Personal, I don't think we have any say.
Yeah, well, this illustrates the
What
point that I
What I'm
raised.
saying is this: if a chairman of a committee feels that somebody on their committee has done something that they think is unbecoming to being on that committee, that they would first contact Arlene and Derek verbally. If they've written the email, don't send it till they talk to them. That does two things. It gives time. Time usually calms people down.
Well, this illustrates my point, that we have no policy. You're suggesting a policy. I don't agree nor disagree with it, because I think we need to have a total discussion with the help of the staff of how we could deal with these kinds of situations in the future. I strongly agree with the mayor in regard that this was an unfortunate abrogation of free speech. And I also think that the activity of the chairman did not follow. I think it exceeded his authority from what I read of how these citizens committee. I think they both made a mistake, you know? But I'm not emotionally involved. But I don't think it'd be helpful to at this point. I think Dawn has been unbelievably gracious in helping us to get beyond a very tough situation. I appreciate her effort here. I personally wrote her an email saying that. She has given us a gift, and I don't think we should give it away. If you want to talk about policy at a future time about this, if you want to, speak, I'm sure that the chairman is going to hear our feelings here. So we've already sent the message. I think that's enough. He's an unbelievably valuable position on the zoning board in a time when we're trying to revise our land development code. We need him. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's the virus, we're all acting so irrationally and emotionally during this environment. I think people have to be given leeway. I think both these people need to be given leeway. I said that last time. But I don't want to make it worse than it is. We've been given a gift. I think we should take it. And I think we should accept her position and move forward.
Councilman Pert and then Laura.
I just kind of wanted to follow up with
In the microphone, Jesse, sorry.
Councilman Crumbo, when you kind of stopped at the end, what were your thoughts on the Kurlander situation? That was the Kurlander situation? So you stopped short of saying what we should do there. So I was just curious your thought process.
I think we should, well, first of all, we ought to assess, have a policy, and I think we should tell him that he's not in a position to force people, inform him about a policy and an authority that doesn't exist there. Maybe he just needed to be spoken to. He knows how we feel. I mean, I'm sure he's listening to us. I'm sure he's surprised by some of our reaction to what happened here. But there are different points of view. And I think once, whatever it happens, somebody said that an apology was offered and it wasn't accepted. I mean, that's not the way my mother brought me up. That's all I got to say. But I'm excusing both these individuals because of the environment that we're in, the fact that we didn't have a clear policy, that we just got to get over it. And believe me, this isn't the most important thing that we're dealing with here. This is really, it seems like a big deal, and it is in some ways, but it isn't in other ways. We've made our statements. We believe in free speech. But people that serve on boards have to be careful about what they say, because in case it reflects, somebody knows that you're in a certain position. We have to be careful with I'm not on social media other than having my name out there. I never write on that. And I try to be real careful in my emails. I'm sure I say something that's not so great in everything when I communicate with private people. So I think we need to move on. It's a very sad situation here, but life right now is sad. Let's not make it sadder.
Thank you, Amy. Jesse, do you have anything else?
Rooney, in your opinion, would she have offered, you spoke to both of them this week, would she have offered her resignation had her chair not asked for her resignation over this political thing? And if you don't know, that's fine. But if you know for a fact, she said, hey, if he wouldn't have done this because of this, I would have never given the resignation. Because if, as we just said, he didn't have the authority to do that. So if her reaction was based on something that he didn't have the authority to do, I think of this in a different way. So,
no, Councilmember Purdon, not long after the initiation of the email correspondence back and forth between the two of them, in which the chairman requested the mayor ask for her resignation. at that time. She had offered it in a conversation to me. And in discussions with the mayor and with Arlene, we had tried to work the two parties out. But I think at some point, even before it got to the council at the last meeting, she had resigned herself to she no longer wishing to be on the board due to that experience.
Right. So she left as a direct result of the chair's action, is what you're saying?
I think that's a fair characterization.
But she I believe, and I hate to speak for someone else, but I believe she feels uncomfortable serving in that position given everything that has happened. So I don't believe we can ask her to serve when she doesn't feel comfortable doing that. It's just a personal thing. We got to accept it.
Sure.
You
No,
know,
and I agree with that, Amy.
People have
100%.
divorces. We wish that didn't happen. It happens. And we can't force her to serve on a board because of the people that are serving on there.
No, I absolutely agree
So-
with that, nor should we overlook the behavior of the
Exactly,
chairman
so
that
that's
forced
why
this.
I say
Right.
we're talking about this. It's public, who wants to talk about this in public? So we'll see. I mean, I think we should just end it here, but we should think clearly about what kind of statement we should make to public entities or all our committees, and even us, how we feel about free speech. Because God knows, I'm sure we don't agree about everything.
No, thank you. Laura?
I believe with certainty that Mr. Kirklander firmly and unconditionally supports the Constitution of the United States. And I believe if Mr. Kirklander is willing to serve on the board after this, it would do a great honor to our city. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Chris, do you have anything else?
I was just wanting to clarify for the record is what was presented at the last meeting was an email from Larry Kurlander to the mayor in which he raised the issue of the resignation. Now, if it wasn't a communication to somebody else, it was a resignation to a higher official. I mean, he brought the topic up to the mayor. Who else should he have brought it up to?
He probably should have brought it up before he did it.
He brought it up to the person he brought it up to Dawn. That was where he did it.
Prior to talking.
Prior to
talking
that.
If he would have talked to the mayor first, fine.
He brought it up to her?
Yes.
The email, Ms. Kanikowski was copied on the email to the mayor.
Yes.
Right, but that was because he had asked her to resign prior to that.
And the members of the council, of the zoning board were emailed directly immediately as well.
Is that true?
I believe that's correct, but I'm not aware that, I don't believe there's any communication separately before that email to the mayor between the chairman and Ms. Kanikowski.
That is correct, there was not.
Question, Derek. If the whole board resigns, what happens to zoning?
We'll declare a vacancy and
Pardon?
seek new, we'll declare a vacancy and seek new members.
Yeah.
And if we have 2 members that resign, we still have 5.
No, I said the whole board
No, I
resigns. What
understand.
happens?
I understand.
We can still move forward in projects.
Sure.
We would have to get new board
No
members.
delays.
No, there would be delays if the entire board was to resign.
Has the entire board indicated that they wanted to resign?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I just,
I didn't know.
I'm
if you
just
had heard
thinking if I'm
something.
serving on a board and watching this, what's going through my head?
Thank you. Mike?
Well, the main thing here is, he sent you the email where he asked that, or said that she needs to resign. But part of that email was he copied her and possibly the rest of the zoning board.
And the rest of the zoning board.
That is the problem.
Right.
Because that right there is, he's acting like a bully. We all just had to take an hour-long course in workplace violence, and part of that was bullying. And right in the course that we just took, it says you cannot excuse things like that. So that's why I am asking for his resignation.
Thank you, Mike. Fred?
I still wish that this hadn't come in here because I think it could have been resolved, so we're ready to vote. I am anyway.
What did he say?
It's hard to hear you, Fred, I'm sorry.
You have to use your,
Do
We
have
couldn't
an
hear you down here.
interpretation on what was said?
Anyone? Gibson?
okay, so where are we now?
I just couldn't hear what Fred said.
Fred, what did you say, brother?
He said he was ready to vote.
Oh, he's ready to vote? Okay.
Okay. So there's been a motion, unfortunately, now a second motion.
What's the motion?
Right, Mike, will you restate your motion, please?
My motion is that we ask the chairman to resign from the board because of it was inexcusable for him to, ask for her resignation. It would be one thing if he just sent it to you and, there was a talk, beforehand, but part of that email was he copied her and the rest of zoning.
Right, and I seconded that, and I will continue to second that. Is there further discussion on that motion, council?
May I make one recommendation? That would come back, if the chairman does indeed send a letter of resignation, that comes for a final vote at a future meeting, or did you want to have that, make this basically a mandate and not a request?
Okay.
Because if in the latter case, I would ask that you open it up for public comment.
I didn't understand.
didn't understand
It's hard
anything
to
you
hear
said.
you.
I'm sorry, there we go.
Yeah.
More booming. If this is indeed a request and the chairman tenders his resignation, in the past, when we have had resignations, they come back before the council for a vote and declaring a vacancy. So what I'm trying to clarify, is this a request or is this a mandate? Is this the final vote to remove him as chairman? If that is the case, then I would, because of some statutory requirements, open it up to public comment.
Right, no, thank you for that. And Mike, it's a request, correct, is what I heard? Or,
Either way, I mean, if it's a request and we're going to vote on it again, I'm fine with voting on it right now.
I don't think we need to keep dragging this out.
Yeah, let's vote.
let's
please.
vote.
Okay, well, in that case, I would say open it up to public comment
Okay,
on this
great.
item only.
Absolutely. Members of the public that would like to speak on this issue,
Please don't.
please come forward.
Oh, no.
Welcome, Rick. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, Rick Steinmeier. Gee, I didn't know this was on the agenda. I couldn't get a packet for this situation. Basically, you've got two New Yorkers, and you can tell a New Yorker, but you can't tell them much. And I know Dawn for many, many years. She's very intelligent. Her husband passed away this last year, and she makes a better friend than enemy. So let's put it that way. I bend over backwards for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Other members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
She makes a better friend.
Okay, seeing none. Council, further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Carr?
What's the vote? Mike wants, the vote is to have Mr. Kurtlander formally hand in his resignation.
Essentially, it is to accept his resignation.
No,
Mayor Simmons?
unless
Aye.
he wants to.
Councilman Corey?
No.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
No.
Councilwoman Carumba?
No.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion right now that, Amy, you had indicated we found a weakness in our system here. We found a loophole, whatever we want to call it, that we can, for the next meeting, and I'm happy, and Amy, if you'd, either way, to bring to the next meeting language where we can get rid of this loophole, drill down on the details, codes of professional behavior, First Amendment rights. You've heard the discussion. You know what I'm looking for.
Would you like me to work with staff, Mayor? I know you have so much on your plate. I don't mind talking to the, I mean, I think we're on, I mean, you could do it if you
Yes.
want, but
No,
I'll be
that's-
glad to work with Derek on this, because I feel strongly about the First Amendment. But I also think we need to clarify authority within our resident committees.
Yes.
So those two things, if you don't mind, I'd be glad to do that.
Please, no, that would
Yeah,
be wonderful,
okay,
Amy.
all
Thank you
right.
very much for taking that on.
Thank you.
So just to understand, with this, is it kind of going to be like an asterisk, you still have free speech, or how, like when you sign up, or how would that work?
Well, I don't know. I want to talk
I wasn't
to-
sure if you had something in your mind.
No,
or-
I just know that we need to have a policy, and that we don't have anything that says anything like that. I think it's more like our public statements. And it has
Mr.
to...
Mayor and Council, if we have an advisory board resolution that governs their behavior, it is not as detailed as the one that the council has for itself, where your own resolution administrative code on these issues gives you very detailed directions and what is appropriate behavior and not appropriate behavior in public and private settings. My recommendation would be to adapt your own rules to ones that fit the advisory board members in most circumstances, and particularly with the quasi-judicial issues with respect to bias and some of the things that have been raised as part of this process. We can develop those further. So I think I know where I can start at least.
Sure. No, and I appreciate that, Amy, very much for that. And for the record, obviously, a very spirited discussion, but for the record, and for the entire city and everybody in this room to hear, I think very, very highly of Larry Kurlander, and I think very, very highly of Don Konikowski. This has nothing to do with personalities. It has to do with First Amendment rights and how this situation was handled. So I know a lot has been said, but I want, they both know how I feel about them. That's not the issue. How this was handled is the issue, and the First Amendment rights are the issue. And the precedent, the bad precedent that it'll set if we do not fix this loophole in our system, and we're going to do that, Amy. So,
Yeah, we will.
Yes, we are.
We can learn from our problems, thank
Right.
God.
Absolutely. Councilman?
I like the idea, but I mean, I would just say, I mean, less is probably more in the sense that we're talking about a First Amendment right. I mean, for me, when I think property rights, First Amendment rights, or whatever the rights are, I think rights are inherently yours unless they're in some way, shape, or form by a sanctioned body changed, and you agree to those things. So I just want to make sure we're not doing it with, you know, I'm sure you will do it with Amy. It's going to be beautiful, but I just want to make it short, sweet, and I don't want it to be overly cumbersome in regards to what we let them do or don't do. I don't think we have any right to tell them what they can do or not do, period. That's my thought on it.
Is there a second? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, well, I made that motion to work on helping draft language, but
I'll second.
Councilwoman Carambas, is there a
Yeah,
second?
I mean, we're going to
Oh, we
We're
don't
gonna do,
have to
we're
read
gonna
it.
do it one way
review
or
it.
the
You
other.
just want direction?
we're going to get,
Back
We're
and
gonna
and
get
to
a
clarify,
start.
I think what we're looking at is a code of conduct similar to the code of
Right.
conduct that the council has, and maybe more specific direction to chairs of committees as well, and their duties as well. There could be some more information fleshed out with that, and that is an experience that we've had with other committees as well, and other committee chairs. So this wouldn't be a nuance to just the zoning board.
Having that direction on the committee chairs would be good. For example, when I was chair of outreach and I had an issue with somebody, I would have loved to, in my head, do what Kurlander did, but I didn't. Instead, it went to the mayor. I mean, but that was never, nobody told me that. That was just what I assumed. So having those actually written out and understood by everybody would probably
In an
be
administrative code of conduct, I think that's what we're looking to come back for.
Great. Council, I know that was a tough discussion, but I felt it was important, so thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Chris, and Laura, and everybody. And is there further discussion?
this was only the consent
Oh,
agreement.
okay. Yes, can we take a 10-minute break?
Yes,
Is that
we were
okay
gonna-
with
we were gonna-
everybody? Maybe
yeah.
we can work on the sound and we
Isn't
can
that
all
isn't
come
that
back.
called a
Why don't
point
we
of
say,
privilege?
it's 7:25, why don't we come back at
Robert's
7:40?
rules.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting here. Thanks, everybody. We are going to move on to proclamations and presentations. Item A is a presentation of audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending September 20th, 2019 by Jeff Brown, CPA, partner with the audit firm of Ashley Brown and Company, CPAs, and this is green sheet number 2006-130.
Good evening.
Ian. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would ask that our Finance Director, Ann Wright, come forward, and she's going to present our Jeff Brown to us. At the conclusion, we would be looking for a motion to accept the audit report at the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello.
Jeff Brown, partner with Ashley Brown and Company, CPAs, who's here to present the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2019. And as Arlene mentioned, at the conclusion, we would request council to approve a motion to accept the audited financial statements.
Great. Thank you, Ann. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I will be brief. As you know, it's a lengthy document. You do have one summarized page, I believe, in the green sheet that I'll kind of reference a little bit. And then obviously, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them today, or, you know, in the future, we obviously work for you and are here to help with whatever we can. As we mentioned, the financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2019. Included in there is on pages 2 and 3 is our independent auditor's report. And at the very bottom of that page is under the opinion section, states, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities. In English, that is the unmodified, unqualified, clean opinion, if you will. It basically means that the financial statements as they were presented by your staff were in accordance with governmental accounting standards, and there were no material adjustments or anything that needed to be made. So we appreciate their professionalism and expertise that allows us to issue that clean opinion. As you go through the financial statements, all positive things in here. There was two unique kind of things that happened last year, as you know, with the conclusion of the Hurricane Irma. So those impacts are reflected in here in both when the revenues came in. You did obviously have some timing issues where a lot of the expenditures were in fiscal year 18, the revenue came in 19, but the end result of the whole citywide operations, both what we called net position as well as fund balances across all your funds, they all did increase. So the city is financially sound, no issues there. A couple other of our reports, one unique thing that's in here this year that was not in here in prior years is that you have what we call a single audit, which is basically for the hurricane-related issues, but there's additional reports and schedules in here that are submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, and way back in the back, like on page 80s and 90s, there's lots of sections in there about prior audit or auditing findings, material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, all these kind of yes/no questions, and the answer is all no. They're all positive statements. The city is in compliance with everything that they are required to be. No question cost, no issues with findings or anything at all there. There's also a management letter and response back here on page 96. There's some references to Florida statutes, rules of the Auditor General. Again, all positive statements. The city complied with everything that they were supposed to from a financial perspective. Lastly, page 100 and 101 is our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance based on standards, governmental accounting standards. There's two positive statements in here that state that we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be material weaknesses. And then again, in the compliance and other matters section, the results of our test disclose no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. So clean audit, nothing that need to be brought to your attention. And as the numbers are kind of old, I know you have more recent financial information, so that's why I'm not going to go through them. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Great, thank you. Council? Good. Your questions, comments? Chris, did you have something? No?
Just one quick one. For the unassigned $571,571 in unassigned fund balance, what do we do with that, unless I'm reading that wrong? On the last page of the green sheet, far left column, unassigned fund balance. So amounts of the general fund balance not contained in the other classifications. Unassigned amounts are available for any purpose if a government fund over the general fund had has a fund balance deficit, it will be reported as negative. We obviously don't have that here, we have a positive, but do we have any thoughts on, or is that set for anything, or is that just there, or what's the deal with that money?
That's just what you said. That's basically once, it's a sort of a mathematical equation, if you will. It starts with assets, subtracts all the liabilities, and then you have restricted assigned amounts, and then that's just at the end, after you've taken all those things, that's the amount that you have left that's unassigned to carry you forward into
gotcha.
fiscal year 20.
Okay, gotcha.
And Councilman Purton, to clarify, that would be what we discussed during the budget process, the amount of unassigned fund balance, and then our anticipated unassigned fund balance in FY '21 as
Gotcha,
well.
perfect, thank you.
Council? Other questions?
Congratulations on
I'm
our
sorry, yeah,
finance.
thanks, Amy.
Just congratulations to our finance team for
Thank you.
doing a good
Excellent
job
job.
here. And
Very good.
we're very pleased to hear the positive report from you. And at least in 2019, it looks pretty good. We'll see what happens in 2020.
Correct.
There's always another year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amy, for that. Council, anything else?
Mayor,
Great job.
we are looking for a motion to accept the audit.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second. There's been a motion and a second to accept. Council, is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Simmons.
Aye.
Councilman Corey.
Aye.
Councilman Gibson.
Aye.
Councilman Forbes.
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba.
Aye.
Councilman Purton.
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr.
Aye.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Keep up the great work. You make us look good. And Ann. Okay, item B is a review of park-related projects for the CIP. Green sheet number 20-06131.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At this time, I'd like Nicole Perino, Parks and Recreation Director, to come forward. She has a brief presentation on updating you on the current CIP and some planning efforts for the budget. This is in the series that we discussed last meeting. You had an update on our transportation CIP. This is Parks and Recreation CIP.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Nicole Perino, Parks and Recreation Director. The parks projects that are in the current year's CIP are all listed under the city strategic priority number 5, which would be community aesthetics. So I do have 5 that I would really like to highlight tonight, which include, if you can go to the next slide, the skate park pump track project, as well as the Riverside Park Bandshell and Lyle's Hotel renovations and resod project, the Mayhood Park exotic removal and clearing, as well as the community pool geothermal project. That's for a new heating and cooling system for the pool, as well as the baseball complex master plan and phase 1 renovations. These are all 5 projects that are on the way to happening soon, so that's why I really wanted to highlight these. They are also the larger projects within the CIP. Next slide, please. So the first one I want to talk about is the skate park and pump track. We did hire Stantec Consulting Services, which is out of Naples, but we actually went through their Action Sports division, which is out of Austin, Texas. So what they do is they go around the world actually and design and build skate parks. So we did have them come in with some preliminary designs, and they presented those in 2 public workshops. And so we did receive quite a bit of information from the public, which we were very happy to receive. With the public input, we worked together to come up with a final design plan, and in January, Stantec did come before you and present the final design for approval, as well as for authorization to submit a grant. It was a 1-to-1 match grant through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And we did find out some good news, actually this week, that we have, through the state, through FDEP, we have been recommended for approval for the project for the grant. Yay. In the amount of $279,849.
Well done.
Yes, thank you, Ellie.
P.D. Simmons will be happy to hear that.
Yes. But the next step in that process of getting this grant is the state now forwards that recommendation to the National Park Service, and they're the ones that have final approval for the grant, so we should know something in early fall. So we are hoping that the National Park Service agrees with the state, and we should have the contract coming forward in the fall, because our plans for this grant had to be shovel-ready. So we are completely ready to go out to bid as soon as we get the funding.
Beautiful.
So, and our match is already in the budget, so. And then next slide, please. Here's the first public workshop, and as you can see, we did have plans on tables, and we just had the public drawing in things that they would like to see. So we gave them different design plans, and they marked them up and did the work. So next slide, please. This is the second public workshop, which was in City Hall chambers, council chambers. And again, we took parchment paper and they scratched around and figured out what they wanted. So this was a community effort, and all of the designs were incorporated into the final plan. Next slide, please. These are the different features that they came up with to have incorporated into the skate park and pump track design. And so they have incorporated all of these in the design.
Cool.
And next slide, please. This is the final design, and this was what was approved in January through City Council, as well as submitted to the state for the grant project. In the first slide that I showed, I did show you the former wooden skate park. That is no longer there. It's just a big concrete slab because Hurricane Irma did take out the remainder of it. But as we know, we were having some issues with wood, so this one is all concrete. So this will be much easier to maintain, as well as have a much longer lifespan. So, and we've rearranged it how our users would best suit. So that's how we've changed it.
Nicole,
Yes.
when people go in there, well, actually, I guess you don't know yet, but are they required to wear safety equipment? Just it's when you said it's cement, I'm like, wow, that seems like it would hurt.
Well, helmets will be required, but there have been some changes in the state statutes regarding liability with skate parks.
Right.
So the changes were actually less restrictive, so that we will not be staffing this skate park, as well as it will be open to the public and will not have entry fees.
Okay, thank you.
So those were some of the changes that were made.
And Nicole, can you point out for the council the separate gate entry as well?
Yes. Before, they had to come through the rec center and through the side door here. Now they will come straight from the parking lot. So the entry gate has moved, so now it will not be coming through the rec center. The rec center will still be accessible during open hours for restroom facilities, or, we do have vending machines for refreshments and things like that, but they will no longer be coming through the facility. It will be an outside gate, which was one of the things that almost all of them wanted. And next slide, please. And this just shows you the layout, so it does show you a little bit, instead of the rendering, it shows you a little bit more of how the pump track will work through, as well as where spectators will go in. The lighting is already there, so that's not something we had to add because that was already there in the former skate park. So this is just giving you a little bit more in terms of the elevations.
Nicole?
Yes.
On the lighting, what's the hours of the lighting being on?
Well, currently it's not on at all, but when we did have it on before, we did have hours of the skate park. This one's going to be a little different in terms of, it most likely will be the same as other parks, which is sunrise to sunset, or we could make it further and have the lights on the same as the baseball fields and things like that, which is 10 p.m. But that's a discussion we could have in terms of hours and things like that once the new one is built.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about the skate park?
Council, no, I think we're good. Thanks.
Okay.
Great.
Next slide, please. The next project is our Bandshell and Lyles Hotel Plaza resod project. These have already been awarded to JSM Services. The reason they are slated to begin in the summer is we were waiting for the rainy season, as we're getting now. And due to the water restrictions, there was no way we could replace sod and not be able to water it. So we, due to the amount of events that we do have downtown at our bandshell and Lyles Hotel Plaza, the sod is in great need of being replaced, as well as we have renovations because it does need to be regrade. As you can see now, there are slight settling, I guess you would say. So we do need to grade that back out for better usage as well as better drainage. So some of those are also in the project. So that will begin this summer. And again, those have both been awarded to JSM, so those are ready to go. Any questions on this?
Council?
Okay, I'll ask. What's JSM? I should know that, and I apologize, but I
Oh,
will
it's
ask.
that's the name of the company that has been awarded the contract,
Gotcha.
JSM
Okay,
Services. It's a landscaping company. They do athletic fields. They do most of the large resod projects. They actually were awarded our field renovation number 3 at our baseball complex. They were awarded that project. They bid on it.
Okay, very good.
Yep. Next slide, please. Next is the Mayhood Park Exotic Landscaping Removal Area. What you will see on the right-hand picture, the yellow is our current dog park. So what we have left is the surrounding, which the picture on the left will show you what it looks like today. So when we cleared the dog park, there was not much understory and things like that. There was a lot in the skate park area, or the dog park area, but not in the other parcel. Now, this is what it looks like on the left. We are in need of clearing this out. We have hired Stantec Environmental Division because we did need to mark out active gopher tortoise burrows, as well as the heritage trees that were in there. And they have already found 24 active burrows. Oh, wow. So they do have to mark those, and that's why we actually hired the environmental division to come in and do the first phase of clearing this out so that they could mark all the burrows, get the understory so that they could really see where those burrows are, as well as there are large sections of concrete and asphalt pads from where it was a former mobile home park. So we are in need of getting those out. That is not in this phase. This is more just to clear everything out so we can see everything that's in there. And then we will be requesting funding next budget year, which is coming up, for additional funds to get out all of that concrete and get those things. So this could actually be usable space, because right now it isn't. So that's what we're looking to do, as well as just clean it up. I mean, because you have this beautiful dog park and then you have overgrown area to the left of it. And we actually have a large portion, it's almost 7 acres. So we do have a lot of acreage that's just being unused currently.
Is there any plan for connectivity? If you look at the end of Bonita Drive, at the end of Rosemary Park, there's space there between there and the dog park. Is there a plan for connectivity all the way through?
There is connectivity through the dog park, through Bonita Drive, as well as another entrance to New Moon Court. So we actually have 3 entrances to the dog park. You have the front entrance off of Terry, you have the back off of Bonita Drive, and then you have another one on New Moon.
Right, I'm saying the area, but okay, so if you know Silverado Drive East,
yes,
the very last street, back there where they used to bury the bodies back in the day, there's still a lot of undeveloped area back there between there and the park. That's the area I'm talking about, because there is. I don't know if it's the case now, but when I used to live back there, that was an undesirable activities going on in that general area because it was just cleared enough, but it was not completely a forest, should I say?
It isn't property that the city owns at this time.
Really? Okay. Okay. I thought we owned that parcel back behind there between, no?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, we did acquire New Moon Court through code enforcement. But I think that's just to the east that you're talking about, so
Okay.
I don't think we go far enough.
And to clarify, the removal of the exotics will also be helpful in security for this property as
Beautiful,
well.
yeah, and that's
Yes,
really where I was going.
absolutely.
That's really where I'm going at with that. I mean,
Right,
it's-
which, if, as you can see in the picture on the left, it's very thick in there, and we are needing to clean that up and clear it out.
I mean, like I was talking to you about with Lostwood Circle, how it's, how people can go down there and do nefarious activity and they get right back out on the road because there's no, you can't just do in and out, you gotta go around. It's the same scenario going on back behind Rosemary Drive is what I was saying. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about this site?
Council?
But this, just so you know, this is in progress now. We're doing it right now. They're working there, so this should be completed by the end of the month, hopefully. So at least the first phase of just getting all the active gopher tortoise burrows have already been marked. They've already been geo-referenced. They're already geo-mapped and on a survey. So a lot of that work's already done. Now they're just clearing it out. So, and then we'll continue on with that work.
Regarding what Councilman just brought up, could we have code enforcement look at that area that he's talking about and see if it's got exotics that we could have them get with the property owner and have them remove it, which would help what Jesse Purdam's talking about?
Yep.
Councilman Purdam.
Yes, we have that direction.
Okay, gotcha. And if you need follow-up after, I can take you out there. I'm going with you guys later next week anyway. I can take you out there and show you what I'm talking about. And if it isn't ours, then it isn't ours. But I mean, I just remember there was a lot of activity back there that shouldn't have been, so. All right, thanks.
Any questions on this parcel? Okay, next slide, please. Next, we're on to the community pool. And I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with geothermal. Some of you may be, some may not. Our current pool heating and cooling system is through an air as our source. So it's an air source heat pump, basically. So it does take in the outside air, goes through a heat pump, and then puts it into the pool. It's 20 years old, and it doesn't cool the pool anymore, but it does still heat, but it doesn't do it very efficiently. Currently, if the air temperature is less than 60 degrees, it doesn't turn on. So it does need the air temp to be 60 degrees before it will actually turn on and work. So currently, and it's been this way since the heater was put in, if the air temperature is less than 60 degrees, we don't open. So in the wintertime, when we do have dips in temperatures, there are times where we can't open the pool because we can't heat it, and the temperature dips too low. So we are proposing, since we are in need of replacing this system, to switch to a geothermal system. This system actually uses water as the source, and it actually uses water from an underground aquifer. So it uses that water in a 2-well system, because we would use the open loop system, where it would be installed, a pump would be installed, would go down into 1 well, it would come up into a heat pump, which is basically the same as the air, except using water instead of air, and uses that water from the aquifer through a titanium system, heats the pool that way, and then puts the well water back into the ground in the second well. So it's much more energy efficient as well as more environmentally stable, and it does give us sustainability credits if we switch to this system.
Nicole, let me ask, because, maybe being from New Hampshire, I get it, I'm probably part of the Polar Bear Club, but as one that does not heat their pool, and for easily 10 months a year, the water's hot, above 80 degrees, let me put it to you that way, in our pool naturally. How much or how many often do we need to actually even use the heater in a public pool?
We actually use the heater.
And what are the standards or what's the temperature if it was just to heat on its own?
We keep our temperature at 82 degrees because we do have arthritis foundation classes and other classes where you need the water temperature warm.
And you can even get it warmer if
And
you
we
need it
can
to
get
be,
it warmer
yeah,
if we
okay.
need it to, but we strive for that 82 degrees year round. We can't get that in the winter months, but in the summer, we currently use, basically it's like a giant water cannon that's spraying water because that's all we have right now. But this system can actually cool the water as well. So when it does feel like bath water in your pool and is really hot, this system, we can actually turn it on and it will cool the water down so that we can maintain that 82 degrees year round. So we can't do that currently. So this would help us, as well as a huge cost savings in our utility using this system versus the air system that we have now.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Sure.
Before we, and this is a good system, but if, I know in a lot of areas of Bonita, there's now natural gas available. Make sure that we don't have it in somewhere close by because that will be way less expensive and the heat pump can still do cooling when you need to cool, but you'll be firing it when you want to heat with natural gas, which is comparatively dirt cheap. It's cheaper than electric, it's cheaper than this.
Do we still get the environmental credits, though, I wonder?
I don't know, but you know
No.
what? The cost is important.
No, absolutely, and I think maybe that was my larger point.
Well,
We're
I
heating up
actually-
water and cooling down water. I really want to know how critical that is.
Yeah.
We've actually done a study on all the systems, so we have looked at the gas system as well.
Propane or natural?
We looked at natural gas.
Okay, good.
Because they don't make a propane system for pools as large as ours. We do, it's a 173,000 gallon pool. Smaller pools, yes. But on that natural gas, there were a few deficiencies in terms of you can't cool the pool, you can only heat it.
No, you can put a gas heater and still have a heat pump to do the cooling if you want.
Right, but we would have to go back with the air. So we would have to have two systems.
If it operates cheaper, that's what you want to do.
Of course, I completely agree, and we can definitely look into that of having two systems versus just the one that would do both. We can look at both ways so we can see what system is cheapest.
Well, and most efficient. We don't want to just go cheap.
Correct.
Correct.
Right, no, absolutely.
Correct.
You buy the air conditioning unit for your house that's 10,000 BTUs, but has to run around the clock to cool your
Correct.
house, or you buy the more expensive model for 15,000
Right.
BTUs or whatever it is, that barely goes on and keeps your house cooler.
Right.
So penny
Yes.
wise and pound foolish, which I know we will do.
Correct, yes. And like you're saying with your home, the air system that we have currently is similar to the one in your home, whereas the water is completely different, and we're using the groundwater, so we're not paying for that water. Any other questions? Okay. Next slide. The next is the Community Park Baseball Complex. So this is the rather large project that we have going on currently with Waldrop Engineering. We did hire them in May of 2019 to design a master plan for all of Community Park as well as Phase 1 renovations. We did break this out into basically 5 phases, but that's to include the entire park. For the baseball complex, Phase 1 is the most needed at this time, which would make this facility fully ADA accessible, because currently if you do go on site around the concession area as well as all of the, and I can show you. Can you go to the next slide, please? And the next one. One more, sorry. Okay, if you look at this slide, what area I'm looking at is here's the current concession stand building. So the yellow are the limits of Phase 1. All of this area, basically the cross there, is currently not ADA compliant. So we are looking at changing all of that, completely changing the stormwater drainage of this to make the drainage onto the fields less so that water does not pool into these areas, as well as improve the pedestrian circulation. So here is the main parking lot currently. And so right now, there is a sidewalk that kind of meanders around the tennis courts this way. It doesn't really connect directly to this parking lot. So what we're looking to do is make a direct access line to the actual baseball complex itself. So aesthetic as well as making it much more efficient and actually having an entrance into this park instead of just walking through tennis courts and trying to get to it, this will actually make an entrance. So that is also part of phase 1 of this project. We are looking at making this more aesthetically pleasing as well by creating landscaping. As you can see, well, it's kind of hard on here, but there are royal palms lining this. And if you can go back one slide, please. This is what the new hardscape will look like. So this is what your new entrance into the park is going to look like. So that is the concession building right there with the blue roof. So you would be walking in this and you would see the royal palms on either side. And this is what you would see from the parking lot. And eventually this will go all the way to Pine, where the people are coming from. So that's part of another phase, but right now we're just trying to connect it to this parking lot. So this will greatly improve the functionality of this facility as well as aesthetics and make it fully ADA compatible and accessible. So also in September of 2019, Waldrop Engineering presented this plan to council for phase 1. And in that meeting, we were given direction to come up with a 3D animation video of this project. That has been completed, but unfortunately, Waldrop couldn't make it to the meeting tonight, but we will have them come at a later meeting to show you all the 3D graphics video, which shows you the whole complex completely renovated. So you'll see all the renovations that we're proposing.
Is Waldrop, is that Crespo, Alexis Crespo's group?
Yes, except she isn't working on this project, but yes, that is who Alexis works with. We have submitted the LDO for phase 1 of this project. It is in, we did a Microsoft Teams virtual meeting at the end of April with Waldrop, myself, and Community Development. They did request a couple of extra items from Waldrop. Those have been submitted. I did actually speak to Community Development last night, and they should have approval to us within the next week. So this project, I will be, once we get that approval, we are looking at where I would work with Matt and go with the construction manager route for this project. Does anyone have any questions on this one?
Council? Good. Okay.
And we will be asking, just so you're aware, we will be asking in next budget for additional funds to complete other phases of this as well. But we are hoping to move forward with this project this summer.
Great. Great job.
Okay.
They all look like exciting projects.
Yes, yes, we are very excited in the Parks Department.
So
right
how
now.
long do you think these will take? Will they all be done in a year or?
This project, it depends on how quickly we can get a construction manager on board and move forward with that. But we have been working with Little League, and we are looking at working with them for their next season, which starts in February. So we are hoping that phase 1 will either be complete or towards completion so that we can help them. That's another reason why we're looking at construction manager, because we can actually open different parts of it while certain areas are still under construction. So we are working with Little League. They've actually been greatly involved in this process from the design. They were involved. They have actually already seen the 3D graphics video. The Little League board has, and they're very excited for these changes.
Great work.
Okay. Council, is there anything else? Nicole, anything else?
Nope. Unless you have any other questions, I am complete.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Okay, item A, we're gonna move on to mayor and council member items. Item A is to authorize staff to engage a traffic engineer to develop an additional pavement marking plan to include reconfiguration of southbound Old 41 turn lanes for consistency. And this is brought forward by Councilman Chris Corey, green sheet number 20-06132. Chris?
Yeah, for those of us that use the Terry Street roundabout, we've had some varying experiences on it. Some fairly close calls within the circle, and one of the things I think is that we have to deal with more traffic than perhaps was intended, especially during season with all the traffic down at the 41 Bonita Beach Road intersection. A lot of people, for example, out of Bonita Bay, Cedar Creek, so forth, opt to use Terry to get out to 75 as opposed to going down to Bonita Beach Road, fighting that turn on to Bonita Beach Road, and then proceeding out through all the stoplights. What we've noticed is that there is an inconsistency in the lane markings between southbound 041 and northbound 041, which seems to confuse people. I've seen a lot of cars that are in the wrong lane, especially on southbound 041. And there also seems to be a fair amount of confusion on the westbound lanes of Terry approaching the traffic circle. And I think that's simply because of the lack of markings far enough back east on Terry with some signage. So all this green sheet is designed to do is working with Matt and a traffic engineer, simply taking a look at the lane markings, see if it makes more sense to make them all consistent. And second of all, move the lane markings, make additional lane markings be further back from the circle, say 1,000 feet, for example, with some signage that says, here's the lane you need to be in. And so I'd like to, so this is basically a process of getting the traffic engineer to take a look at this, and then if there's any, what the cost would be, basically some paint on the street and some, maybe another couple of lane indicator signs on the side of the road.
I've got a question. So, the answer is always, just like with COVID, one death is too many. But do we have any statistics on accidents versus two disgruntled residents that don't like the circle and never have?
No, we don't have, I don't have any accident statistics. I can point out that when the traffic roundabout was originally designed, the designer looked at the volume of left-hand turn movements and basically concluded that southbound Old 41 should have a different configuration than the other three legs. So it was by design. That's really why we asked to have a traffic engineer look at it. It is a common, and it has been from time to time a common request for consistency's sake. It has been in operation now for just shy of 3 years. So it might be time to take a look at that configuration and see if we really do have those conditions. There is money available to deal with this through our roadway restriping fund. And
But before we spend money, I'd be interested in hearing some statistics on the problems of that roundabout.
And maybe some other way of fixing, like education, somehow, how we remember the colors of the rainbow or something.
People that love traffic circles love traffic circles. People that don't like them are never going to like them.
Well, but it is a confusing circle. So like because you're trying to think which lane to get in, and I don't know, I think even painting really big arrows, if you want to go to continue on 41, stay, just the arrows helping us.
Right. Fred and then, thank you, Laura, I'm sorry,
No,
but Fred and then Jesse. Fred, you had your hand up.
Yeah, my observation is when you look at the striping on the roadway, you got to take into account one more thing. During the high season, especially those that are coming from the west side of the roundabout. The traffic backs up to the point it's over the top of the marking. So the guy in the car never sees the marking because it's bumper to bumper, literally. The second thing is that I think needs to be looked at is a little better visibility on the controls and and all that on those crosswalks. I know every time we go through that intersection or that roundabout, about every third or fourth time, somebody either walks out or rides a bike out across the crosswalk without almost any warning, and it's so close that the good news is we're not going that fast if we bump somebody, but like the mayor says, one accident too many is one. So see if we need to look at all these things. I don't think the study initially will cost that much until the guy comes back and gives you, here's what I think. I think probably Matt's got traffic engineers on a call contract anyway. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Jesse?
My only thoughts are I would like to see, I know initially when we first went into this thing and the town was going crazy about whether we would do a roundabout or not, you know, the reason that we were able to do it is because that specific intersection had some of the most accidents in the entire state of Florida. So they did this. My question would be now, though it's annoying to people, is it more efficient by the numbers? If it's more efficient by the numbers, the fact that people don't like it, I'm not as concerned about as much as if we're moving people through the intersection in a faster manner, and additionally, we're having less traffic issues. If people don't like it, I'm more about efficiency. And the number of dollars for the traffic consultant is also, it's not that the paint, we have the paint, I'm not worried about that. We have dollars for the paint. I'm saying, what is it going to cost us to get with a traffic consultant, discuss if this is even an issue, if this would be this, if we're assuming this paint is going to be this, what they're going to come up with, or a sign is what they're going to come up with. We're paying them to tell us what it's going to be. So my question to you is, how much is this going to cost us, end of day, to even get into the discussion with them? What do we think it's going to cost?
Roughly.
Depends on how they price it. I can tell you that.
I like that. All right,
No,
okay.
look,
That's
I
great.
don't
That'd be
run
my
a
kind
traffic
of answer,
engineering
Matt. I
business.
appreciate that.
I can tell you that, you know, you're probably looking at something somewhere around $20,000 or less. We can certainly solicit proposals. We certainly have traffic engineers on call that can take a look at this and give me a number. We do hear quite frequently from time to time about the inconsistency in the paving markings in terms of the southbound Old 41 lane. That was done by design by one specific roundabout designer. You know, we can look at other colleagues and get you a number on that. The paint is really thermoplastic, so it's a little more durable than paint. And depending on how many pavement markings you add, it's probably another $10,000 in actual materials. We have added signage. So you know, the thing to really look at is if that roundabout, as it was designed, and it was a challenging roundabout to design given the property conditions, the way it's configured, is it even possible to reconfigure the southbound lane? And I don't know the answer to that question.
And could we, when we're looking into that, could we also touch base with the Lee County Sheriff's Office or the appropriate people to find out what we've had there for incidents since it's been put in, so we're not just shooting in the dark because people are...
It's only been in for 3 years. We spent a ton of money.
But there's got to be some numbers. If there's been some issues there and it's confusing, that would relate, that logically that might lead to an accident or some numbers or incidents. There's got to be a way that we can track that information down.
I would think so, because I've seen 2 accidents in the circle, and I assume Lee County responded to them
Right,
from
so
the
I'd like to
substation.
get that information as
Sure,
well
we
to go
can.
along before we try to figure out how to redesign it.
And then looking at those comparable to what it was like before we put the roundabout in there.
We certainly can. I do
Correct.
want to point out a few things that the gentleman who designed it pointed out, which is you might have a little spike in accidents when it first went in, with familiarity. What the issue is when you have a traditional intersection, you have right angle crashes, which are typically more injurious to folks. So you might have more accidents in the beginning with the startup period of this, but they are at slower speeds, as Councilman Forbes pointed out, and a glancing blow, which is not as injurious to motorists. So I just want to caution you that the statistics may not be what you think, but we can certainly take a look at them.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at, if we're going to look at 1 year, I'd like to look at all 3. So, I mean, ideally in my head, I mean, and I don't care, you can look at it however you want, I would like to look at the 3 years since we've had it, all 3 years, and then I'd like to look at the 3 years prior to us putting it in. So then we're going to look at the 3 years before, the 3 years after, and then we're going to say, hey, does it make sense to spend more money here or not? That's how I look at it.
Derek?
Just for taking action on this green sheet, are we talking about having staff do more studies before taking action, or are we going with the green sheet recommendation to engage someone to look at the conditions?
Well, I think, I mean,
just to see where we
one
go.
person's logic, but if we're going to say there's a problem, we should have some data on what the problem is.
You'll have raw data
Maybe I'm
that will need
alone
to be
with that.
analyzed.
I have a question.
Amy?
If we hire a professional to do this, wouldn't that be one of the things that they would look at?
Yes.
I mean, we could scope whatever we say, that they should consider the conditions on the ground prior to the installation and currently, and identify any problems like accidents, plus looking at the signage and why people are confused when they go into that intersection. Isn't that part of the scope?
That would be what would happen if you retained a professional.
So-
What you may want to do, and I do
Right.
want to point out, is that the traffic reports, it's raw data. It's just like the water quality data that Dr. Parsons was talking about. Somebody has to analyze it and understand what were the contributing factors. And it may not be apparent in every traffic incident report that was filled out exactly what's going on there. And 3 years is not a tremendous amount of time, particularly for something brand new like this to our community. So if you are cautious about changing things, really probably a more deliberate way to go about this would be to have someone do a first look. I don't believe it would cost you that much money to do, to take a look at those reports and say, do we see that something is here that needs to be considered for changing or additional signage before you go all the way to a pavement and marking plan that you may not need is
I would be in favor of starting that way and getting the professional to guide us in where we should be looking, whether it should be signage or painting or whatever, or
nothing.
Or nothing.
Or is this normal wear and tear and unfortunately a normal rate of incident without, having to shell out 30 grand to have somebody tell us that? There's a problem or there isn't a problem. I think there's more economical ways to go about it initially to figure out if there is a problem.
Once I have data, I'm more comfortable making a decision.
Correct.
I mean, if I understand what Chris is saying, I go through that intersection every single
Yeah.
day. I mean, if we can quantify it, amen. If the numbers aren't there, then I don't see spending.
Well, Matt, there was also some design specifications at the time it was built in terms of how much traffic it was supposed to be handling during season, out of season. And have we done anything to update traffic counts since then?
We count annually in high season. We actually missed the COVID bullet and actually got our counts right before COVID-19 this year. We didn't see a drop off. So we have traffic data every year that's been open. I've looked at it in the first couple of years. I haven't, really lasered in on it recently, but I don't believe there's a significant increase from what was there before construction started. We did count through the construction, and obviously there was a drop-off in folks using the corridor during that time.
Do we anticipate any more traffic because of the work being done on eastbound Terry from 41?
No, that project has a stamped concrete crosswalk in a few locations. The lanes are actually going to be a little bit narrower than they currently are, so that should calm traffic and slow down the delivery rate of folks traveling through there. I believe the speed limit is being dropped to 25 through the corridor. So, even if you see more traffic, it should be delivering, assuming folks are following the marked speed limit signs. The physical characteristics of that road when it gets reconstructed and the speed limit should slow people and deliver them to the intersection a little bit slower.
We also need to be thinking about the fact that we have the capital improvement project on Bonita Drive that is, I mean, a quarter mile from the intersection as well. So just food for thought. There's going to be construction in there, and all those people who live in Rosemary Park are going to be dealing with Bonita Drive. Their only way on and off is Rosemary Drive and Bonita Drive. So if Bonita Drive is working on that project, and then we start doing the same thing with that roundabout simultaneously, we could be in a situation just thought.
The Bonita Drive project, as far as pedestrian traffic, once that project is constructed, should allow for some pedestrians that are coming down and crossing at the roundabout to cross via a rapid flashing beacon and a pedestrian island further to the north. So it may actually reduce some of your pedestrian traffic that is coming down and passing through the roundabout. So there are at least two projects, one that's under construction and one that is going out to bid for construction that could have an effect on the conditions that drivers see in that roundabout.
Fred, you've been very patient, or Mike, and I'm sorry, you guys decide, but you've both been very patient down there, so you guys are up.
Mine's real simple. When I favor doing the small thing that Amy and Matt were talking about, except make sure that he goes out there and observes the thing for a little bit, because my observation is a lot of times the cars get in there and come to a stop because they're confused as what they're doing, because they probably got in the wrong lane. So I think seeing it for a bit. Now, one other thing that has not been pointed out, the roundabout that's there is smaller than what was designed. It was made smaller in diameter because you were going to have to take and acquire too much property, which would have put a couple businesses out of business and cost the city a lot more money. I think, though, that it can be improved to where you get more throughput, a few less accidents, but more throughput's a good thing. So I think we ought to do it, but I think we ought to have a quick, maybe $4,000 or $5,000 effort and come back in and tell us what he's found out or she has found out.
Thank you, Fred. Mike?
Yeah, as somebody that also goes through it multiple times a day, every single day, and a lot of times I'm coming from that western side, the conditions have gotten a lot better. People are, in the beginning, it got backed up because people were kind of leery about when they should jump in to get in the circle. So there were plenty of gaps that went by that they should have went out into but didn't. That's gotten a lot better. The big issue is from the north side, the southbound lane, and it was designed that way because of the volume of left-hand turns there. There's still it seemed like it was getting a little better, cars knew where to be, but lately I've been noticing a lot of cars in the wrong lane, so they're in the left lane that should only be left or U-turn and still going straight. And if you have somebody making a right turn coming off of East or West Terry, they're cutting them off. So there are some issues. I do think, there might be some things like, changing the striping a little bit may help. The arrow indicators, the original engineer was against the traditional roundabout ones where you see, the arrow making the curve around a circle. I do believe we have those at the Logan.
We do.
Yeah. So I think ones like that would be a little better, to show people what's going on, that it is a roundabout. It is hard to mark further back on West Terry because you have the railroad tracks, and so it's only one lane till you hit the, after the railroad tracks. So it's hard to put lane markings, but there is a sign, before that now. So that does help. But I think the main problem is, heading south, the cars are in the wrong lane. So I think better marking further up may help with that. The project at Bonita Drive may help with that because the last time we had the engineer come back and look at it, he had said that it seemed like there was more traffic heading south, and they were kind of like taking priority in the circle because they were getting there before other cars, and so they were tying up the circle so the other sides couldn't get in to break it up. So it was almost like a free flow coming in, where when we have the thing at Bonita Drive in the crossing, that's going to slow down the cars coming to it, and that may help with that issue also.
Good. Great. Amy, did you have something? I'm sorry.
No,
Believe it or not, it's even hard to
No, it's
hear
okay.
people and see who wants to
No,
talk.
I just am in favor of the small piece, starting with a professional to analyze all these things we're talking about.
Yeah, another set of eyes to look at it and
Correct.
see, you know.
And we could, well, we have the record, so he should listen to these things. I mean, everybody had very sensible ideas, but I think we should start with a professional.
Thank you.
So
Is that
I'll make
direction?
the motion to proceed to get the professional to take a look at it and give,
Right.
work with Matt and give a report.
prior to the numbers? Prior to the numbers we're saying?
Well, regardless of, I think there's,
Numbers will be part of it.
I think there's definitely less accidents there. In the beginning, you know, there was confusion, people going out, and I know there was a couple small accidents. I'm not aware of very many recently, and they are slower speed accidents. So when they do happen, it's a very light touch. But no, I'm in favor of having somebody look now, because even regardless of the numbers, I think there are some things that could be fixed with it.
Great. So Chris, you made the motion. I'll second the motion.
Okay, fine.
Council, is there further, to start small and
Exactly.
go from there?
Okay.
Okay, I guess is kind of the way to go. So Chris made the motion. I gave it a second. Council, is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr? Aye. Mayor Simmons?
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Okay, item B, discuss with City Council a proposed ballot amendment to Section 56 of the City Charter titled Code of Ethics to prohibit lobbying of City of Bonita Springs elected officials to be placed on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. This is green sheet 20-06135. Councilman Chris Corey.
This is simply a good government proposal. 79% of Floridians voted for this amendment in 2018. 83% of Lee County residents voted for it. There was a 4-year delay in implementation, primarily, as I understand it, from talking to state representatives, to allow people elected to the state legislature that same election in 2018 to at least serve their full term before that came effective. So we don't have that situation here. The mayoral race was in 2016, and Jesse and I were just elected to the council now, and our 4 years would be up in 2024. So it would seem to be an appropriate time to early adopt this amendment on behalf of the citizens. The other things I'd like to talk about just a little bit is that one of the things I think this does is make sure that the council is giving full attention to every one of its members lobbying on behalf of the city. I've often said that one of the things we got to do is we got to be able to work with Lee County. We get about $43 million taken out of Bonita Springs for the Lee County tax. We get another $7.5 million taken out for the library tax. Our tax rate here is very reasonable, but there is a need to be able to lobby the county and to some extent the state with respect to some of the projects that we have in mind. For acquisition of the country club, for monies to pursue the quadrant plan, and so forth. So there's a lot of water projects, for example, that Matt's got underway, or under planning at least, that we're going to need some money for. So I would rather see the time that we have spent advocating, be advocating with Lee County and trying to get back some of the money that we pay up to Lee County in order to help us fund some of our own projects. So that's all this is about, is to try to early adopt this as a good government measure, make sure people understand that our full efforts are with respect to the city and having the time that we need to work our county commissioners to try to get back some of the money that we pay into the county.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Questions? Maybe I'll start at, I'll just come up and down the line. Amy, do you have questions or thoughts?
I didn't quite understand this green sheet because I had questions about it. But I think the answer to my question is, how is this different from the constitutional amendment that was passed? Is it just timing? And I want Derek to comment on some things that we had a discussion that he said that that constitutional amendment had some issues in the way it was being written because it prohibited, there was some question that we couldn't go lobby like the Lee County Commissioner or something like that. Is that the same? Was it still written that way, or did they clarify that, first of all?
The issues and questions that were raised, so the issue is this, the ballot summary that's provided in the green sheet is effectively the same and would lead me to draft the same language that was in Amendment 12 that was approved by referendum in 2018. The application of this rule would apply effectively the constitutional provisions 2 years earlier to the city council. It is my understanding, at least from the language, that it would apply to any currently serving city councilman and anyone who was running in the same election that this would be on the ballot for. With respect to specific lobbying rules, there were a couple of questions that came out during the Constitutional Revision Commission's discussions. These questions were also circulated a little bit in the press and the major papers about what the issues were. There was a concern at one level that lobbying by council members to higher boards or to adjacent boards would be for, say, Lee County for water money for projects for 2020 lands within the city. There was a question of whether or not this was interpreted to be a giveaway to lobbyists to basically say now cities have to hire lobbyists rather than using the appointed representatives. That is not the case with the language that the legislature adopted in 2017, putting this forward for the referendum. There was another question about in the constitutional amendment, there is another term in there, a disproportionate benefit. That was an undefined term. It was not in the title, but it was in the actual amendment that was going to go forward. This would say that add an additional layer to the current abuse of or misuse of public position. You would also be prohibited as a serving council member from engaging in any activities which disproportionately benefit you through your current position. That the legislatures indicated that the Commission on Ethics had to develop a rule on that. The rule was essentially, a disproportionate benefit was adopted as acting with wrongful intent to obtain any benefit, privilege, or exemption. So it really went beyond lobbying, but that was the scope as it would apply to city council members. That goes into effect in December of 2022. There was also a question raised to me earlier about did the voters in 2018 understand that that was going to go into effect in 2022? I did look at some of the newspaper articles and stuff, and it was widely circulated. And what I'll say to that is it was the recommendation and adopted by the Florida legislature from the Constitutional Revision Commission that it would go into effect in 2022, back in 2017 before it went on. So it was a known issue. Whether or not the voters actually knew when they were voting on it is unclear because the ballot language was so narrow. But just want to answer all those questions that I know I received from a number of you ahead of time.
Is it January 1st, 2022, or is it December 31st, 2022?
December 31st, 2022.
Okay. Amy, do you have any other questions?
So the answer is that this parallels the constitutional amendment, but the dates are different.
Correct. So this would apply 2 years earlier, but I would say that once December 31st, 2022 comes into effect, this becomes a moot provision in our charter because it's supplanted by the constitutional amendment.
Okay.
Amy, are you good? I'm sorry, it's just hard to hear, believe it or not, even with this.
I don't know, somebody, I'll come around again.
Okay, okay, great.
Those are my questions.
Thanks, Amy. Jesse?
I voted for Amendment 12 in 2018, like 80% of Florida. There was millions of dollars spent on the campaign. I went to the review committee that toured the state. There seemed to be strong support for it around the state, and there didn't seem to be any question on the timetable. So I just have an issue. I see no compelling reason to change the already agreed upon timetable that was voted on by the citizens of Florida, 80%. So for me, it's a no, but I appreciate the conversation. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Laura?
I voted on it also. Is there something here that is needed? I mean, why is this needed that isn't covered with our ethics and our ethics, I think, covers that, doesn't this?
I would, a significant number of issues that could come up with respect to lobbying would be covered by existing ethics laws.
Is there a specific concern? Because I don't understand why this wasn't done when we spent the summer dealing with the charter revisions. I mean, we just spent a whole lot of time and energy doing our revisions, and I kind of hold our charter dear that we shouldn't be mucking around with it all the time. And you know, I don't know. I mean, is there a purpose? Is there an agenda? Why wasn't this done during charter? And how does it add? What difference is it going to make with regard to the 2022 and our ethics? Are we just creating more bureaucracy? Is this like, I don't know, is it a personal something? Someone here is a lobbyist, or someone here thinking about becoming a lobbyist? I mean, we're not allowed to be lobbyists, period, right?
Currently, you could be a lobbyist provided you did so within the guidelines of Chapter 112, the ethics rules that exist in the state currently.
So I guess I'm questioning why are we doing this, Chris? You were on the charter committee, so.
I think this did come up at the charter committee, and there was a feeling on the part of the charter committee they didn't want to pursue it at the time. However, I felt that this was something that should be done. I cannot imagine a compelling reason that we would not do it. It doesn't interfere with any of our elections. The 4-year status quo was put in place for those that state legislators and other officials that were elected for 4 years at 2018. My understanding was that they felt like it wasn't fair for them just to be elected and have this on their heads, so they decided to defer it. I don't find any record that the voters actually knew the intent of the legislature was to delay it for 4 years.
No, I seem to remember it.
It was on the ballot.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to vote. You had to read it to vote for it.
Because I remember thinking, why not sooner, and why for such a long length of time? So I do remember that. Like, why not right away? And why not for far less time?
And I've got a question, Chris. Did you make a motion on the charter review to add this? Was there a second?
No. I was vice chair. I don't believe there was a second, but there was a great discussion. But
No, I think there was a second. I think there was a vote.
And it was voted, well, obviously it was voted down because it wasn't one of the ones that came forward.
I'm
just
certain
wondering-
that there was a vote on it. Whether it was the exact same language that's been
I don't think it
provided
was the
today.
exact same language. It was among the things that we were trying to do with the ethics, section 56 of the charter. I don't remember that we ever had Amendment 12 in front of us, but we were trying to strengthen some of the sections of 56 anyway. But you know, there's you know, I don't have any lobbying intent, and yeah, it just seems like it would be something that we should go ahead, since we're going to have to face it. If we wait until 2022, then do we want to figure out how that affects people who could be affected by this on council or in the mayoral race? I don't know.
I think that's what it's about.
But ethics states we cannot make personal gain, period. whether it's tomorrow or the day before.
Or
the 30
2022, right?
Yeah.
What's-
I mean, even if there wasn't this rule that's going to go in effect, our ethics, I mean, we would have to, I guess, define what it is the person, but I think it's pretty clear if you make a profit or you compensate yourself in ways that are above and beyond, then that's an ethical breach and you would be called in on.
Well, what this precludes is carrying on lobbying efforts for an organization, an individual, or a company that is not the city of Bonita Springs. So what we're trying to do is say, if you're going to lobby, you're going to lobby for the city. You're not going to lobby for anybody else and thereby create possible conflicts of interest in that lobbying effort.
You mean our ethics only precluded us from lobbying just on a city level? I mean, no, it covers all levels.
Derek, what do our ethics state?
Yes, there is a general misuse of public position. So if you were to utilize your position on a local governing board to get you access into the halls of the legislature on the pretense that you were there to talk about one issue while you did so to benefit yourself or your corporation, that could be interpreted as a violation of that existing provision. I think the difference to make with this charter and constitutional amendment is that it's a categorical prohibition. So it's not a test where we're looking at disclosures and financials and specific votes, but dealing with it as lobbying and lobbyists, as they're defined, are categorically prohibited from holding office or from someone leaving office then becoming a lobbyist for a period of 6 years. So the revolving door issue. That was 2 years and now been extended to 6 and gone from just the legislature to all local offices, all the way down to the superintendent of schools. So there's been some just widening of the ethics, some changes to the language, and there has been a categorical prohibition.
Thank you, Derek. Mike? Oh, we'll come back around. Mike?
The way I look at it is, the state's already told us, in 2022, it's got to be done then. So I don't see why we need to do it ahead of time. Going along with that, I don't really see the reason even the state brought it up at our level. I mean, I can see it at the state level, things like that, but I don't see many firms that I think would hire one of us if we were a lobbyist to lobby the city for something.
Right.
And if they did, that person would not be able to vote on that item. But in a grander scheme, if one of us was a lobbyist, we would have more connections at the county level, the state level. So that way, when the city is trying to, because we're all lobbyists, so we all, we go up to Tallahassee to lobby for something. I think somebody that was a lobbyist would have, a little more edge in lobbying for the city. So I think it'd be a benefit if somebody was actually a lobbyist.
But that's what we have Carol for, right?
Well, yeah, we do have a hired lobbyist, but we do go up to Tallahassee and meet with everybody, and we, in fact, are lobbyists when we're doing that. We're lobbying for the city. The other issue I have is, like, hypothetically, we're banning lobbyists from being on city council. What's the next step? We ban lawyers and engineers because we have firms coming to us representing other entities in the city. We hire engineers, or the engineers are working for developments coming to us. So if we're going to prohibit them, the same thing would be as if we prohibited them from being on city council. Now, I could see if we had a lawyer or an engineer on city council and their firm was coming in to bid on something, I don't know if they would be precluded from it, or if that person would just be precluded from voting on whether we should hire that firm or not.
They would probably be precluded from it because there's a general prohibition against doing business with one's own agency, unless under very limited circumstances.
What if it's not like the named partner of the firm or the head the head person at the engineering firm.
I mean, we've had lawyers on city council in the past.
And actually, Mayor Simmons, you even one time said that you had some contact with some firm. It was on a peripheral, but you said, hey, I've done business with this firm.
Right.
Or,
I backed out of the vote.
You know, I mean, we do disclose if we have a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's something that isn't being disclosed, then we need to flush it out.
That would be ethic, part of it, that we have to disclose if we have something to do with it. So I mean, I just don't see why we need to do it. I mean, if the state's telling us we have to do it in 2022, then, we have no power over the state, but I don't see why we need to do it earlier. And like I said, I don't even agree with the state telling us that we can't do it, because I don't see the reason for it, because I wouldn't want to preclude somebody that worked for Stantec from not being able to run for city council because, they may do a project in the city or may represent one of the, a developer that wants to build something in the city.
Well, but unfortunately, 79% of the Floridians voted for it, 83% of the people in Lee County.
To start on
So all
the-
we-
to start in 2022.
And like I
2022.
said, that we have no way around that in 2022. I mean, that's been handed down to us. But I think a lot of it has to do with the term lobbyist, has a negative connotation to most people. So when you go to, 10 people and ask them, should we allow lobbyists? Probably 9 out of 10 are going to say no, if not all 10 out of 10. It's just people have a perceived thing that lobbyists are bad.
Yeah, that's what we all do.
So.
Fred? Thanks, Mike. Fred?
Yeah, first of all, I want to compliment Chris on bringing this forward, but I think there's been a whole lot of discussion here. It is not really, I think we got sidetracked in talking about Amendment 12. I think what was presented and not read is a much simpler, straightforward, all it says is that no one can serve on council as of December the 31st of this year, if the residents voted it in, that is doing lobbying for pay or gets beneficial services from doing it. It says we do have the right to and are encouraged to lobby on behalf of the city council, the goals that we have here. What you have is, this was really approved, the whole thing was approved by the residents. None of us knew that it was 2022. It's a classic, when we voted. It wasn't on the ballot.
I know, but let's
Okay,
go
so-
around the horn.
Well, no, wait a minute. People have spoken out of turn 3 or 4 times. Let me finish what I'm...
That's why I'm saying, Fred, I'm cutting everybody off. Time out, it's Fred's turn.
Yeah, right, good, thank you. So I think really this is a fairly, what we really should be doing is talking about what was proposed, which is simpler, doesn't talk about state offices, county offices, it just says the county. And there's no way that anybody's going to ban somebody from being on city council or say you can't be if you work for Santec. Those are all side extraneous things. What this is about is whether or not you can have lobbyists sitting on city council that are actively working for other clients. Even though they may not be lobbying us, there may be a conflict there. I think that's all been discussed, and I do think the voters are entitled to vote on this. They voted on issue 12, and it passed overwhelmingly. And it has nobody's going to be looking at, if you're an engineer or an architect or you work for some attorney's firm, which can't sit on council. This is a different animal. So that's what I think we should be debating if we were going to do this. So I think, I would like to say, unless Chris would object, I compliment that we make the motion based on accepting the language of what was proposed.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment, Fred, and...
Certainly.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Fred, are you good for now?
I'm good for now.
Okay, Amy, I'm going to go back around the horn here.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
I just think the precedent of changing something that's already been decided by the voters is a dangerous precedent. Think about things like dog racing. I hated dog racing. I fought against dog racing. It ended, but guess what? There was a time period that the people of Florida knew that it was still going to go on until it ended. Medicinal marijuana, same thing. Same-sex marriage, same thing. School board term limits, same thing. City council term limits, same thing. All of these things were rolled out in a timetable that were voted on by the people. This is not different in any way, shape, or form. We have no reason or right to circumvent the right of the voters, and I don't plan to. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
I'm still trying to come to terms with what is it we're accomplishing by making this?
They get to take some shots.
Because, I mean, it does, we did vote, and it was overwhelmingly supported by the people of Bonita Springs. And now we're saying to them, now you have to look at this again. And what happens if they vote against it? Does that negate the 2022? I mean, why are, you know, like, I think there might be some questioning of what we're doing on council besides having very long meetings and regurgitating stuff. That if our ethics code covers the fact that you cannot make, I mean, it just is logical. You just can't make money off of your job as city council, period. And then it's officially stated that you can't in 2022 even make any pleas to, if you're a dog, but it's going down to superintendents of schools, so they're increasing the scope, but we're already covered in that scope. So what change are we going to do other than sort of, in some ways, maybe confuse the citizens? Like, we're doing this again? What else can we do again? Are we going to get do-overs on everything? I mean, if you see, Chris, a gap that we need to fix, like Amy pointed out a gap in perhaps conduct among our committees. But what's the gap that we're filling here?
Chris? Thank you, Laura.
Well,
We're going to move on to Chris.
Okay. Again, the voters voted for this. The 4-year extension was put into place for those public officials elected in 2018 for 4 years. We don't have that situation on this council. So you know, one of the things I think Bonita Springs should stand for is advancing the proposition that we have, take every step necessary to have good government. And simply putting in the motion here that was laid out, that Fred supported, I think moves us in the direction of telling people that we're concerned enough about good government that we're willing to step up and adopt this motion early in advance of when the state legislature passed the effective date with their enabling legislation. You know, whether or not the voters understood what they voted on, I don't know. That's up to the voter in the voting booth. But typically, from what I've seen, is people read the ballot summary, and they vote based on the ballot summary, or they vote based upon something from the League of Women Voters. But I've looked through all the Chamber of Commerce, the League of Women Voters, all the supporters and people who were against it, and not one time did I see any mention of the fact that if it was passed, it was not going to go into effect until 2022. Now, maybe that wording was buried in the ballot, but I feel strongly that this is something we ought to do to make people aware that we are conscious of good government, and that's what we're striving for. So if we have to adopt it anyway in 2022, why don't we just step up and adopt it now?
Why don't we each personally, oh, sorry.
You know, no, that's okay. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, Fred.
No, thank you, Laura. Mike, last call, speed round here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we're going to have to deal with at the end of 2022. I don't see a reason of bringing it forward now.
Thank you. Fred?
The only thing I'll say is that most all the people that voted on really thought it was going in sooner, and I think we should put it in sooner, but.
Thank you. Chris, do you want to make a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion to adopt the wording that's on this white sheet that says, should the charter of the city of Bonita Springs be amended to include the following? Neither the mayor or any city council member shall be a lobbyist for paid or in-kind compensation for personal gain. This does not prohibit the mayor and city council from lobbying in accordance with their official duties of office and the stated goals of the Bonita Springs City Council.
Was that prepared by staff?
That was handed out by either Dwight or
Oh, by Martha?
Simons.
Okay.
But one quick clarification, if this, with this amendment, if this vote goes through, is it the intent that this language should cover the same issues as the language in the green sheet, because they do not?
No.
No, we're making it simpler.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Council, is there further discussion? Derek?
Okay.
But just one more thing. So if this does go in effect and it's in the charter and then it becomes a moot point in 2 years.
People have to vote.
Well, I know. They have to vote on it, but if they vote on it and goes in the charter and then it's a moot point in 2 years, in order to remove it from the charter, we have to wait for the next charter review committee in order to get it in to remove, dead issues.
My reading of this revised language would indicate that the development language, before it goes on to ballot, would prohibit any currently serving member. So that would only affect existing members who are going to continue on past December 2020, and anyone who would be running for the ballot this fall would be subject to this, but it would not apply retroactively to past members, which is what this does. So it's only partially going into effect, what is going into effect in 2022. That's why I was asking the clarification.
So we're changing the date and it's not even the same? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what my clarification is.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Council, is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Gibson?
No.
Councilman Forbes?
Yes.
Councilwoman Carumba?
No.
Councilman Purdon?
No.
Councilwoman Carr?
Sorry, no.
Did you say no?
Mayor Simmons?
No.
Councilman Corey?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We're going to move on to item C, discuss a policy providing a brief recess. God bless you, Laura, during city council meetings. And this is Councilwoman Laura Carr, green sheet number 20-06136.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, but please.
And I just want to point out, the real intent was to say, we're going too long, let's wrap it up, is really like a hint that we're really, maybe we should.
Should we take it now?
Yeah, do we need, no, but Laura, I think your point is well taken. We do we have long meetings. I try to be cognizant of that as much as, and certainly it's not like you need to raise your hands, but I know we all want to be involved in the discussion. So your thoughts, do you kind of want to, and I know it changes, but is it after an hour, after 2 hours? What are your thoughts?
No, but 2.5 hours, maybe we should start thinking, all right, let's wrap. I have seen zoning meetings, I have to bring this up, but where it seems to go on, and then all of a sudden somebody says, I have a 12:30 appointment. Boy, business gets done fast. So I'm just sort of saying, as maybe our bladders are saying, we need a break, we all start saying, let's be focused and let's stay on topic and let's not repeat ourselves and, move on.
Well, I think it is cumbersome.
I'm sorry, Amy.
First
yes.
of all,
Gosh.
it is cumbersome to have long meetings, but I think this is a consequence of the Sunshine Law. I've thought about this quite a lot.
Oh, God, yes.
We do not have an opportunity to have robust discussion, and this is our only forum, so we have to just accept that.
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to just not be thorough in our dialogue. I think as we develop as a board, we have 2 new people in here, that as we start talking about these things, and I think we didn't have, even though we had long meetings, that in some ways we didn't have enough robust dialogue with a give and take, and we didn't get to understand how people think. I think that eventually that'll work out. And as far as just taking a break, there is something called a point of privilege. All you have to do is raise your hand and say point of privilege, and then everybody's got to stop and do it. So, and I will enlarge on this when we get to the part where we have our thing, because I think we as a council need to sit down and have a discussion about a lot of things. You know, how we work things out as a separate meeting. I've been talking to Arlene about it, about some of my issues, and I'm going to talk about it more later on. But no, I think it's a good suggestion, and it points that we need to straighten out a few things. But I don't want to have less dialogue. I want to have more dialogue, because I think it's been very helpful. And even this discussion we just had, I had no idea how I felt about this. And until everybody was talking, I made up my mind. You know, I didn't have a preconceived position.
I kept going back.
It was very important to me to listen to it, and again, because I didn't come in knowing what I wanted to say, or I didn't even understand it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
So this was a very good example of why we need to spend the time.
No, and I would, I'm sorry, Jesse, would you like, I'm sorry, go down the horn.
I'm pro potty breaks, so.
Laura?
No, but thank you, Amy. I felt the same way.
Yeah.
Chris? No? Mike?
Yeah, I agree with breaks. I think 15 minutes might be too long. I think 10, would suffice.
You good with 10?
Okay. Yeah.
Fred?
Yeah, I agree with breaks, because if you walk out in the middle of a discussion, you may miss something.
Right, no, absolutely. And Arlene, I would just ask for, for anybody, but for me, I guess, because I run the meetings, if you could give me, and I'll try to, but 2.5 hours, but yes.
Mayor, we have a suggestion. If you would, as staff, we'll look into where there are natural breaks to the meeting and provide an opportunity for break. And if you're flowing, the meeting's going, and you don't need the break, then you don't take it, but at least it's noticed on here. So, for example, before we got to the presentations, we knew that would be a little bit more lengthy. That's an appropriate time to give you an opportunity for break. But if you're moving along and it's less than 45 minutes, you just skip that break.
Right. Perfect.
We'll add in time so that the public's aware that there's potential for break at those times.
Great. Okay, Laura, do you want to make the motion?
Oh, yes,
And I'll
please.
second it? How's
Okay.
that?
As Arlene said.
As Arlene said, and a second. Council, is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Great. Thank you, Laura, for bringing that forward. Item D, discussion regarding the city's support of local businesses during recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. Councilman Chris Corey, Green Sheet 20-06-139. Chris?
It's not mine.
Car.
Oh, see what happens? My eyes are gone, I'm sorry. Laura, I apologize, Chris.
It happens when you get older.
Laura Carr, thank you. That's, when you get old, that's what happens, I'm sorry.
Well, our governor is moving, so I think he's moving in the right direction, and for me, not fast enough. So I know that as a council, we can't do anything to per se help, because we can't say, no, which would be ideal, no payroll taxes for 6 months. But as council, perhaps we could ask our bordering communities if they want to join in a letter asking the commissioners of Charlotte, Collier, and Lee to request from the governor the authority that when we get to that point, they can make the decision without requesting the decision. So again, getting ahead so that our commissioners are lined up when the governor says, I'm relinquishing the decision-making to the local authorities, the county commissioners will decide. If we could have all of our ducks in a row when the governor says that, we could then move faster. So I don't know.
Council?
I don't understand the proposal.
So we would write and ask Estero and Naples and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers Beach, et cetera, if they would like to request the commissioners to actively request from the governor the authority to open our businesses up. That we decide, not the governor, who is focused on the whole state.
No, he isn't actually. He's doing it regionally.
Fast enough for me. So I'm saying he's just, why not have our ducks in a row when he says, Southwest Florida, you can decide how you want to open. Do you want to go phase 3 and then 4, or do you want to go from 2 to 4 and just open?
Amy, anything else, or I'll just go down the horn? I'm sorry.
No, I still don't understand what you're saying, but that's okay.
Well, I'd like the commissioners to request the authority from the governor to open our businesses.
Not following the phases?
Following the phases that are appropriate for our communities. Southwest Florida.
Okay.
Thank you. Jesse?
I don't have anything, thanks.
No? Chris?
I don't have anything.
No? Mike?
I would love things to open up faster, but I don't think we have any, like, even if we had the county commissioners ask, I don't know how much that would help, but yeah, I wish the governor would, speed things up, opening things, especially, with it being summer now, more people are going to want to be outside, and, clearly that's the safest place to be, is out in the sunshine.
Exactly.
And fresh air, so. Yeah, I mean, if there was a way to express to the governor that we'd like to see things move along a little faster for areas that aren't having issues, I'm in support of that.
Thanks, Mike. Fred?
It's just how, right?
Yeah, I don't know,
I think we're all
the
in
best
support
way
of
of
that.
doing
Well,
that.
maybe
so.
not all, but.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that we want to try and move things along faster, and in fact, I was talking to Commissioner Sandelli, and I said, at your meeting, bring up that you want to go ahead and let open fraternal orders, because another county did that, and he said, well, I think it's not even forbidden by the governor. I said, fine, then go ahead and bring it up to county commission, tell them they can open it. I do think, this is my own personal opinion, but the stuff is going to hit the fan when we get back into the season. Reason for that, think about this. Right now, restaurants are allowed, I think, up to 50% of capacity. But as we all know, in the season, the restaurants are at 100% with people waiting outside to come in. And like the merchants that make most of their money between just before Thanksgiving through New Year's, the high season is when the restaurants really make their money. So when we get to where we have lots more people back here, and they're told that you are limited how many people can be in the gym, how many people can be in the restaurants, it's going to get kind of nasty. Might even be some free speech assemblies where people are complaining about it verbally. I don't know. I just think that's going to happen, and I don't know what to do about it, because I think we have to have this social spacing, but maybe they can compromise and go from 6 to 4 feet or something else.
Anything else?
I mean, I would, from a county level, I did speak to Commissioner Hammond, Commissioner Sandelli, and Commissioner Pendergrass all this week, and I'll tell you, I haven't spoken to anybody who is more amped to get things moving than those three. So if they're indicative of the Lee County Commission, I mean, they're on all, I mean, they're jumping up and down to try to get, they didn't even want to go into the initial phases. So, I mean, I don't think Lee County is slowly, I don't think they're doing a slow walk out. I think Lee County's ready to go as soon as the governor says it's safe to go. They're in. So I just wanted to say that I don't think that Lee
I have a
County's
question.
sitting in the way.
Is the city able to put in their own rules, or are we required to follow Lee County rules, regulation? Like, for example, if we decided we wanted to go to 75%, could we just do that?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
There have been some rules that have come out in the various executive orders, the new one that came out just the other day, that directs counties to do certain things. They have not, at this point, ever given any authority down to the city level.
All right. So we are dependent on the attitudes of the Lee
Yeah.
County Commissioners in regard to what we can do.
In those limited circumstances where the counties had control. So the most recent was the vacation rentals.
Right.
The counties had to ask for vacation rentals for their particular counties. But with respect to other things, bars, restaurants, all that, it's a blanket for the areas identified by the emergency order.
Okay.
Yeah, and my feeling, I've been on sort of in favor of some of the concepts that Laura has brought up, because I was not one to feel like we should have been shut down, for a variety of reasons. But even if you look at the experience of other countries, even if they haven't been shut down like Sweden, they always have the social distancing. So I think that where we're going with this is and I don't think any amount of pressuring is going to change this, is that they're going to have full opening, but you're still going to have to do social distancing. So if we're going to help, if you're thinking about restaurants and personal care things, we still have to expect that that's going to happen. So I don't know how much faster we could do it, because they can't even do social distancing at 50%. I mean, that's the trouble that they're facing. And we did go that extra mile, and I thought it was very good to do the outside. Anybody that wants to do it outside, because there is a difference when you're outside. And I think I think it's better in the long run for our businesses if we demonstrate a willingness to try to protect both the clients and the employees. Because what we're having to overcome, and every business is having to overcome, is the fear and the willingness to risk themselves. We've had some openings like within our community. People are not even going there. They don't want to go inside. We have this big dining room and nobody wants to go inside, even if they're 20 feet apart. So, and I think the phases are good. I find the governor's executive orders that come out every week or so, kind of encouraging, because it seems he keeps changing faster than we can lobby him to do anything else. So I'm satisfied with the pace that we're having. And I just think that each individual business has got to figure out how to appeal to their clients so they'll come in and do business. And we have to provide a framework so that we can assure our people that they're going to be, both the employees and their clients are going to be as safe as they can be, given what the circumstances are.
Well, I don't think social distancing is going to be the way of the future. It isn't the real solution to this particular virus. The real solution is washing your hands with soap and water and keeping facilities clean, because that's how it's spread. Jesse and I can maintain social distance, and if we each touch this spot and we each have COVID virus on our hand, we've spread it, but we've stayed apart. So it's washing your hands with soap and water that is so key that, and if you don't want to go to a restaurant that's packed or full to its capacity, don't go. But if you think about what Florida has 33 million people in it. To date, we have a death toll of under 2,500. It's under 3,000 people have died, and we've closed down our state. Now, clearly there are states that have had no deaths. Our hospitals are still empty. Our hospitals are losing money left and right. The NCH served 300 COVID patients, okay? They didn't come, we didn't have the hit. Our community is clean. Almost every bathroom that I know of in when I leave a woman's bathroom, there's a garbage can right at the door as you're leaving. Why? Because we wash our hands and then we think we're not gonna touch the door that everybody else touches. We use the paper towel that we have and we open the door and drop it in the basket. We've already set up a community that is focused on cleanliness and keeping things clean and healthy. So, really washing hands, and we have, when COVID hit in 2015, we were advised not to wear masks. I can still see Fauci and Matt Lauer joking about it on television, about how, oh, you don't have to wear masks, and they were showing someplace in Japan, and they were all wearing masks. Oh, we don't have to do that. And Fauci even said it this COVID crisis. I mean, in 2015, SARS killed about 75,000 people. That was COVID. We could have called it COVID-15. We didn't. So now we're in COVID-19, and we realize that we shouldn't have done it. It was a mistake. Let's move on. Unless, of course, you're rioting and looting, and then anything goes. So it's a farce that we can have streets filled with people hanging, jumping, giving piggyback rides, and we can't open our restaurants. So I think the whole COVID scare, we know that it isn't as deadly as it was once thought to be, but the models keep generating false information and hence fear. And we need to get beyond that. And I'm sorry, because I was the one who said, let's keep the meeting concise and short. So I won't go there ever again today.
Thanks, Laura. Jesse?
Yeah, I was just curious if there is precedent of any other city claiming autonomy for their rollout of the phases that we're aware of.
Lots requested.
What's the question?
Derek?
I'm not aware of anyone in Florida. Okay. Specifically, but I'm not looking for it either.
I heard the governor's
I have to
desk
say
was
one thing,
inundated and he
because
ignored it.
the CDC does not agree with the idea that it's less infectious to, the transmission is mainly from touching. They still are holding to the point that it's aerosol, and that's why we have social distancing. They could be wrong, they've been wrong before, but the current recommendations, and that's who I feel I should follow, are not the fact that we're transmitting it from touching hard objects. That's why they just changed their recommendations. It's aerosol. That's why we're social distancing.
Anybody down? I'm sorry, I'm just gonna, we're good? Or, Laura?
Where are we at? Are we?
I said no more on me.
No
from
more?
me.
Okay,
Not
no
from
more is
me.
no more? Okay, do we want to make a motion, or do you?
No.
Just a good
We just
discussion? Okay,
discussed.
okay. Thank you so much for bringing it forward. We're going to move on now to item, or Roman numeral 10, the first reading and public hearing of the following zoning ordinances. Derek?
Okay, a zoning ordinance of the City of Bonita Springs, Florida, rezoning 1,342.60 plus or minus acres, approximately 1¾ mile north of East Terry Street and east of Bonita Grand Drive from industrial plan development and agricultural to residential plan development, providing for the transition from existing mining uses to residential development, providing for an effective date. As you recall, this is the rezoning component to the BG mine settlement. Because of the size, it is a public hearing, although because we're trying to meet the deadlines in that settlement, we're trying to put together a more comprehensive presentation, so we do not have a presentation for you at this time. There is a representative of the applicant here if you have any questions, but we're just really looking to move this to second reading.
Motion to move to second reading.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to move to second reading, council. Is there further discussion? Derek?
Just open it up briefly for public
yes,
hearing.
I'm sorry. And then members of the public that would, council, further discussion on that? Okay. Members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none? Oh, Rick, okay. There you go, I caught you. On this item. Do you want to speak on this item, Rick? Okay, sure. No, absolutely. It's good to see you here, Rick, again, by the way.
Since we got in trouble with this property, we got to come up with a bunch of money. Are we going to charge them impact fees on all these houses? We take the impact fee against what we owe them?
No, there will be no impact fees, just because I want to make sure that's clear to the public. Part of the reason why there's no impact fees is they have agreed to do proportionate share payments on certain intersections. For the city to take impact fees to widen a road that we have no intention of widening would be a violation of state law.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes,
I just
Amy.
want to make a comment because this question was asked of me from one of the residents in my district. They were interested in a more detailed plan, and they refer in this first reading to Exhibit B, which wasn't included in here, which I'm sure we're going to get in the second reading, but it is available and it's very interesting, and I have a copy of it here, and Jackie had emailed me the link, so if you're interested, you might want it. That's what it looks like, but they're 4 pages like this, and it is a heads up to what we're going to see on the 17th.
Yeah, I'd love a copy of that if I could get that too. Whoever.
Just send
It's
the
exhibit
list,
Jackie.
We will ask Community Development to provide an email copy to council, and we'll also ask that it be posted online from Community Development.
Right, because that was brought up by someone, and he was very pleased to, what I just emailed it to him tonight.
Thank you. That's a good call.
Great, thank you. There's been a motion and a second to move to second reading. Council, is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Thank you, Fred. Item B, Derek.
Item B is a zoning ordinance of the City of Bonita Springs, Florida, approving a variance from sections 4-1893 and 4-1894 of the Land Development Code requiring a 25-foot setback from adjacent right-of-way and a 25-foot setback from water bodies to permit a single-family dwelling at 27733 Hickory Boulevard, Bonita Springs, Florida, 34134, providing for an effective date. This is only a first reading. I will point out, though, since there is going to be one change for the public, the attached ordinance, as you recall, we do ordinances for special exceptions, which would otherwise, for variances on Hickory Island. Usually you would see this only at final adoption as a zoning resolution. There are going to be 2 changes on the second page of the ordinance. Conditions number 4 and 5 are going to be removed. There is an existing residential structure on the property, but this variance is being sought in order to allow a new structure to be constructed. So those references do not have any bearing.
Motion to move to second reading.
Second.
Jesse, did you have a question?
No, we're good.
Okay, there's been a motion to move to second reading. Is there a second? Did I hear Fred? Okay, I'll second it. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Further discussion, council. Public comment. Is there anybody from the public?
No
that would
public
like-
comment is required
No
for this
public-
one.
Not on this one. I apologize, Rick, but there will be public comment here in just a minute. I apologize. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes? Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Derek, anything else at the moment?
No.
Okay, public comment. Members of the public that would like to speak? Rick, thank you for your patience.
It'll be dawn by the time we get.
Yes, Rick Steinmeier. I know that house, and it's an old house, maybe 67 years old, 70 years old, and it was built a long time ago. It's right on the water. And it was for sale for quite a long time, and I'm sure it didn't get a very high price.
Excuse me.
So let's change the law, and then I can build $1 million house on a $300,000 piece of property. It doesn't feel right. I don't want to stop this because people invest in their money. But to buy something knowing that you're going to have to break the law, which is a variance, is going away, being a Hillary and being above the law, so you can make a big profit, just doesn't feel right. But I'm not going to stop this. There's another house 100 feet, 200 feet further south that's going to come up. They're going to tear it down. It's on the water, too. It's an old houses. These old houses on small, very small lots were built probably before 1965 when Lee County changed the zoning requirements for these to build a single-family home. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Other members of the public that would like to speak? I'm not sure any other members of the public exist at the moment, other than our team, but thank you, Rick. We're going to move on now to city attorney's items. Derek?
I have 2 items for you. The first one is a bit of a reminder of some recent unpleasantness. We are still trying to work out the final details of the attorney's fees. There has been an award of attorney's fees in one of the WCI cases. We are also continuing to litigate the other WCI case, which is a case at this point only about fees. We've had some recent discussions with the property owner. I would like to request your advice in coming weeks. So I am asking now for an executive session in the cases styled WCI Communities versus Bonita Springs, 17-CA-003966, Lee County, and Bonita Springs versus WCI Communities, 2D192589, which is before the Second District Court of Appeals, to discuss settlement terms on those attorneys' fees. So I will coordinate with you, try to schedule it at another meeting, but myself and David Theriak would like to seek your advice on direction on that.
Okay. Great.
And then the second item I had was, if you recall, and for the new members, we had, during the card rooms rezoning, they had a significant amount of property. They only were looking to do the first phase, which was 10 acres, and the remaining 100 acres was unclear. Given the Bonita Beach Road vision plan, we required that they set aside a future interconnect so that we can connect Bonita Beach Road south to US 41 and create a bypass for traffic, just like we're doing with the quadrant plan. The throat to that roadway was identified during the conversations over that rezoning, which is Racetrack Road, which is bordered by the racetrack on one side and the racetrack gas station on the other side. It was determined during that process that that road still belongs to Lee County. It should have been turned over to the city at the time of incorporation. There was an interlocal agreement turning over a number of roads. That road was not identified. Lee County was not aware that it had not been turned over until we did some of the research on that issue. We are now in the process of permitting the card room facility, and in those discussions we've had with Lee County, they are amenable to turning that road over so that we have control of what will be the connection point at some point further south. Cool. But before we can do that, I need to ask your authority to request that from the Lee County Commission to turn over that road.
So moved.
Second.
Second, yep.
Okay. There's been a motion and a second. Council, further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
And that is all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Derek. Great job. Arlene, city manager's items.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. As you recall, our last meeting, Finance Director Ann Wright advised you that we are in our final term contract with the city's auditors. We do need to go through the solicitation process. It is best practices that you appoint members of the audit committee, and they should be members of governing body. Of course, it's a choice of council, but that is best practices. You have an attached resolution here, and unfortunately, because of timing, we would need a suggestion of 3 members to sit on the auditing selection committee, and you would need to appoint a chair.
Council, what's your pleasure? Mike?
Not it.
What did he say?
He said not it.
The audit committee. He said not it, yeah. Would anybody like to be on it? Amy?
I'd like to be on it. I want Chris
Okay.
on it.
Chris should be on it
I'm
too,
volunteering
apparently,
Chris.
right? Yeah.
Chris, do you want to be on it?
We need another person.
Okay, we have 2.
I think Fred
Is
Forbes
Laura?
loves this
Jesse?
kind of stuff. Fred
Fred?
Forbes loves this kind of stuff.
You want to dissect the dissection, Fred?
Mike's good with numbers.
No, he said he doesn't want to do it. Let Chris be the chairman.
Laura? Do you know? I mean, I'll offer. I just want to give everybody else a fair shot. Okay, I'll volunteer.
Okay, and if you could let us know, we need a motion to that effect to approve the resolution with the names and identify the chair.
Okay. Amy or Chris, do you want to be the chair?
I'll be the chair.
He should
Is
be
that
the
okay,
chair.
Amy?
Yes, I wanted him to be the
You
chair.
okay? Chris, Corey is the chairman. Amy Carumba and Peter Simmons on the committee.
Correct.
And I'll make that motion. How's that?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Council, is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes? Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. The next item we have is a continuation from the May 20th meeting. This is the appointment of the mayor and members of city council to our various boards. We previously provided you with a list of the existing committees and those of the previous council that were seated prior to the election. We do have everything here for you to go through to decide your committee list if you wish.
No, that's great, and I'm...
Punt this. It's
Wait,
10 o'clock.
what's that?
Can we punt this? It's 10 o'clock.
You're welcome to do so as well. If you'd like to move
Do you
this
guys
to
want
next
to move this
meeting.
to the next
I
meeting?
mean, if we think it's going to be quick, I'm good.
I
If
think-
it's
I
going
don't
to be
think it's
30
gonna
minutes,
be
it's
I don't
almost
think it'll
10
be quick,
o'clock.
it never is, but
Yeah, I mean,
is
it's
it
almost
okay to
10.
move it to the next meeting, everybody?
Yeah, can we move this high, let's move it to the next meeting and put it higher on the agenda, Mayor?
If you prefer, I can put it under mayor and council items.
Yeah,
so
put it
it's
higher
discussed
on the
earlier.
agenda, because I think it takes some discussion.
Yeah, no, it definitely does, and we don't want to rush through it. Okay, so,
Is there any structure? Because at first we were not going to make requests, and then I do see that the updated green sheets have requests on it. Should we all do it? I was just going to wait till we have the free-for-all.
Oh, I thought,
the round robin free
no, I thought,
So there were members
we
who
were asked
forwarded-
to give our, I thought we were asked to give our preferences.
I was.
It was I understood it that because Jesse did, and you noted it, and then I thought when I asked, you said, no, that's not how we do it. You know, it doesn't mean you get it or anything, but.
So it was asked if you wanted to provide those committees that you wanted to be on, we would forward that to all of council. But the discussion of who gets what committee happens at the meeting.
Right,
So it'd
okay.
just be an idea that since you cannot communicate outside of this meeting,
Right.
we would let you know what others were thinking by providing it up front to you.
Okay.
That's all.
and I apologize, I probably missed this, so just bear with me, but could we make a recommendation that between now and the next meeting, that you either call Arlene or email Arlene or whatever we want to do with your preferences?
Right.
Would that be okay?
Yes,
as a
I
starting
thought that's
point?
what, I thought,
mean, I
I
already
thought that's
did
what they told us
I didn't
Yeah.
do it
month
because I
ago.
didn't think
Yeah,
it
no,
would. But
okay.
if it makes it easier, but are we also going to, if a person's on the committee and somebody else wants it, are we going to ask that person?
Correct.
If they want to
Correct.
step down? Okay.
Just as we
Yeah.
did last time, you'll take each committee down the row, and you'll
Okay.
decide if the existing council person who's there, they can offer up to say, hey, I have this one, but if someone else wants it, it's available. Or they'll say, I'm on this one, I'm really committed, I have these projects I'm working on, I'd like to stay on.
Perfect.
No,
Okay.
that's
Perfect.
great, and Fred, make sure you're at the meeting when we do this, buddy, because you got a lot of committees you may or may not have wanted, because I don't think you were at the meeting.
The last time.
That's how we did it.
Everybody, let's have a full house when we do this, is all we're doing, and if you'd like to, please send your recommendations to Arlene, that would be great. Okay, Arlene?
So Mayor and Council, my next item is to give you an update on COVID-19, and the most pressing thing I wanted to address this evening is that in keeping with the administrative decisions regarding special events, the staff would be looking to cancel the city's 4th of July events, the city's 4th of July event and fireworks. We have been notified, and there was a press release today, that Bonita Springs Fire Control and Rescue District did cancel or postpone the 4th of July parade until next year. Additionally, all of our neighboring jurisdictions within Lee and Collier County, I'm not sure about Charlotte County, have either canceled or postponed all of their 4th of July events. And as of right now, Lee County is not issuing special event permits, so the San Carlos Parade has also been canceled.
Council, what's your pleasure?
I feel very strongly that we should not cancel the fireworks. I think right now, there's just so many people that are depressed from being stuck in their homes and social distancing and everything else. I think fireworks, normally we have the laser light show, so people usually are packed into the park. If we kind of scrub the laser light show and just do the fireworks, I think people could much more easily be spread out down the road, because we always close the road down. And there's plenty of area where people can stay socially distant and still observe the fireworks. I just think that there's a big loss of hope right now, and I think people need something to look forward to. 4th of July is a huge thing. This is our nation's birthday.
Absolutely.
I see no reason that we don't have the fireworks. I mean, I feel sorry for all the surrounding areas that they had their fireworks canceled. I just think that was a poor decision by, the other areas. And I think we should go forward with it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Jesse?
go with me on this, Mike Gibson.
I'm sorry?
I said, go with me on this, Mike Gibson. I agree very much that I hate the idea of canceling the celebration of freedom, which is 4th of July. The thing that concerns me, and I'm not saying which way I'm going to vote, I'm still thinking about it, but the thing that immediately concerns me is both the Leos and the firefighters have reached out and said that they do not want to be holding the bag doing it. That gives me pause because they're the ones who are in charge of it, not us. Then additionally, the other thing that scares me is if everybody in Lee and everybody in Collier and everybody in Charlotte canceled and we geographically are directly in the middle and we don't cancel, are we going to get swamped to a very dangerous degree? Those are the only things that I'm thinking about. And like I said, I don't even know how I'm voting yet. I'm still noodling it around in my head. But when the Leos and the firefighters both say the same thing, and then every municipality in the 2-county area does the same thing, if we're the only one who does not, it gives me a little pause. But I'm not saying I'm not with you. I'm thinking about it.
And
But
I
that's-
apologize. Who are the Leos? The Lions?
No, the sheriff's department, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the
okay.
sheriff's
I
department
apologize.
and the fire department both reached out to Arlene, and they both said, That's the only, I was right where Mike Gibson was at until I heard that. So I don't know. It's.
What about just like country sing, like some real patriotic songs? We have a few people that can belt out some really good tunes and we just sit and, a laser show.
Well, my only concern is music and the laser show are going to require people to be more congested in the park. So if we solely do the fireworks, it can be seen from further away and people don't have to be on top of each other.
Where can
And I am concerned about people coming in from other areas, but I don't think we should, cancel something because we're afraid that we're going to get people from all over. I think, I think it'll be more seen as a beacon of hope that we're doing it in spite of everybody else canceling.
Agreed. I mean, if they can all gather and help themselves to Rolexes and Louis Vuittons, why can't we gather and celebrate our country? I mean, we were having, it was not well attended, but there was Black Lives Matter gathering, and the sheriff's department, I believe, was not going to strictly enforce anything, but they were going to make sure it was contained and it wasn't going to go crazy. So would that be okay if then American Lives Matter wanted to gather on, say, June 11th, Flag Day? We just want to sit around and say, yay America, yay Americans. All lives matter. Why can't we get together? And honestly, during this time especially, our men and women in blue and green, because they're being shot in the head deliberately. So.
I mean, I feel you on that, and my thought is when the Leos are coming to us and saying, don't do this, and when the fire department is coming to us and saying, don't do this, I don't listen. I respect those guys more than anybody, and that's the only thing that's giving me pause. I mean,
they were fine with watching, a Black Lives gathering, so why can't they
I don't think
American
those are
Lives
completely different rules, or the situations, first of all.
Well, we only
and the
had
people
30.
gathering were Americans. No, they were.
No, I'm not saying they weren't Americans. I'm just saying, if you have a rule, there are no exceptions. Because once you have an exception, you don't need the rule. That's how I feel.
Council, what's your pleasure?
I think it's.
Fred and then Amy, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I think what Laura said is correct. You don't have a rule that says you have to have social spacing, and then it's okay to have a peaceful demonstration, but not have the social spacing. So that's right. Number two, I think we should see, is there any other place beside Riverside Park where we could do the fireworks that would work out any better? Would it accommodate any more people?
The beach?
Would parking be less of a problem? And I don't think we have to decide that tonight, but I think we ought to at least see if there's any alternative places in the city. I do agree with Mike that I think that it would be good to show some beacon of hope. Do the fireworks, not the music, not the laser lights. But I'm concerned about if we do have an influx of people, which probably will happen, we may have many more people here than that place can accommodate in parking. I don't know if there's another place in the city, but we may want to put our thinking caps on.
We're gonna have to get some more
Thank
Leos.
you, Fred.
too.
Amy and then Jesse.
No, it's a tough decision, but I have serious concern about holding a fireworks, which attracts all kinds of people. Everybody wants to go see it, in a small space with difficult access. And I think the same problem, a similar problem to what Naples experienced when they opened their beaches, and then people drove, from an hour and a half to go sit on the beach. This is slightly different. But this will be the only place where fireworks would be held. But I also agree with the sentiment that I was very saddened, in fact, when the fire service decided not to hold the parade, because I thought that would be something that wouldn't create because people were not, except for the local people, were not going to be attracted to the parade.
Right.
And I thought that was a much more suitable event to celebrate the 4th of July. But they decided not to have it. I think having the fireworks is a problem. And I don't think, unless somebody can talk me into it, I don't think I'd be in favor of it. But I wish, and I asked the staff if they had any ideas of an alternative celebration, some coordination among all the people that are stuck in their little houses, maybe at 12 o'clock to all get out and, fly your flag or something, or have a special thing broadcast from the local radio stations at that time. Because I do want to celebrate our country. I think it's a fabulous country, and that we should recognize it. But I don't have a good answer. I don't think there is a good answer to this.
Thank you, Amy. Jesse?
There's no good answer. We're geographically in the worst place for this, but I'm not going to vote it away. I mean, if it's coming to a vote, if we're deciding to take the decision away from our city manager after her discussion with the Leos and the firefighters, and we're going to sit here and we're going to vote, I mean, look, I will vote for it, but I'm telling you, we're going to have to get more police officers. We're going to have to figure out a place where we can do it, and this is going to create a ton of issues for us because geographically being in the middle of all 3 counties around us are doing nothing, and we're the only one. If we were Marco Island and everybody else wasn't doing it, it wouldn't be an issue because they're not going to drive all the way down to Marco Island. But they will drive to Bonita from Fort Myers, and they'll drive to Bonita from Marco. So, I mean, we're going to get swamped. I'll vote for it, but we're going to get swamped, and I'm not positive this is the best idea, but I have a very hard time voting against freedom on 4th of July, so that's all I've got.
Laura?
Well, I'm hoping that it's all not an issue. So I say don't cancel. If we have to, we can approach this, but I'm pretty sure we're going to start to realize that the social construct that this was an incredibly deadly disease and we're all going to die is going to dissipate. And as now we know, it attacks certain people. So we could, little kids can come out and, celebrate. That's who you have to focus on for the 4th of July, is the families and the youth and the kids and the hearts and I don't know, old people like me. I love to see the little kids, joyous faces. We have to give hope, and it's outside. It's not, I swear our doctors need to say something, but they're not. And I would say leave it open. Don't cancel.
Thank you. Chris?
There's no good answer, but I think we have to err on the side of caution. I think we don't want to be the only one blasting off fireworks where we're going to have a lot of visitors in trying to take a view of that and celebrate with us. I think it puts a real hardship on city staff to try to figure out how to pull it off. I don't know that we can move it. We've already got, to move it to the beach to try to get some sort of boat or barge out to shoot up. I think it's basically too late to enter into that kind of contract. We're not that far from the 4th of July, so I think the compromise might be to say, okay, maybe the 4th isn't the greatest, but maybe we do it Labor Day, or maybe we do it Columbus Day. But whenever, give let's not be the only one doing it, other than on a day where maybe nobody expects it, such as Labor Day. But I don't think we want to do it on the 4th of July and be the only one, and people wondering why we're doing it. So no, I won't support it.
Thank you, Chris. Mike?
I'm going to make the motion that we do it on the 4th of July, and either downtown Riverside Park, or if something else is available that is a better spot to get more parking, look into that. I don't think the beach is a great area because there's not a lot of parking at the beach.
What about the park behind the old pottery, you know that, what's it called?
Maybe the folks at the mines will let us go out there.
Well, if there is a better spot.
How about the racetrack?
Yeah, possibly. If there is a better spot where there's more parking, because like something at the racetrack, people could stay in their cars or stay right around their cars, and they'd be separated more.
They wouldn't let us do they wouldn't let us even do the COVID testing thing because they're doing all the construction over there.
Yeah, but I say, look into it. If there's somewhere to move it to, fine. If not, I think it should still be done, at Riverside Park if necessary. There is limited parking, so there would be a point where it would be at capacity, and they'd have to turn away cars and say there is no more parking down there. You can't get there from here. So, but I just think it would be a shame to cancel 4th of July. Like I said, everybody needs some hope right now. It's a month away. Hopefully things will be relaxed a little more in a month. We're moving into phase 2. Maybe we'll be beyond that in a month's time also. So,
Thanks, Mike. Fred? Last call? Okay. Mike, are you going to make your motion?
I made the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second for 4th of July fireworks to go on in Bonita Springs. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Simmons?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
No.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba?
No.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Arlene, do you have other items?
So we'll take that as direction that you would authorize staff to sign the contract, then we don't need to bring the contract back, because there would be a deadline for the contract. And if we cancel afterwards, just making it clear, there would be penalties within that contract. So we'll take that as the direction to move forward.
Great. Thank you. I understand, and I didn't say much during the conversation, but people do need hope. There is no quote-unquote right answer. It's a month away. It's going to be 95 degrees or more. We all know what this does in the heat. The heat is no good for COVID-19. Difficult decision. We've had a lot of difficult discussions up here tonight, but that's why we're here. So, thank you, Council. Arlene, other items?
The other item that I would just address is that, and we'll be forwarding a copy, as of today, the governor did mention that in his press release today that as of Friday at 12:01, we'll be moving into phase 2. It's a limited phase 2, but it does affect tattoo parlors, bars, and some additional guidance on restaurants. It does, of course, exclude Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. And it does still address the fact that all persons should continue to avoid congregating in groups of 50 people or less. So with that new determination, we'll be looking at relocating our July 1st meeting. We're looking to bring that back to City Hall. We still are under the guidance of providing the social distancing, so we're looking at how to provide that. So that's the next step. We do need to have the June 17th meeting here because we pre-advertised zoning hearings here in advance of our requirements. So we'll be meeting here on June 17th.
No, I appreciate that, and not to micromanage, but I just want for people, there had been discussion a couple of weeks ago about doing our new City Hall photo with our new council. Well, obviously, we're not doing that tonight. We're here in the church.
Correct.
But whether we want to bring that up now or not in terms of a discussion, only because, look, barbershops and beauticians are back open, but they're backed up. I'm not trying to, like I say, micromanage, but
Sure.
If we want to look at doing that in July at some point, I just want to give everybody ample notification. And if we want to wait, we can wait.
What's scheduled for the next meeting?
I know, but it will be here.
The next meeting will be here.
Yeah, but we're supposed to go to the town hall and take our picture and then come here. That's what was
We could do that, but I just, whatever,
If that's already planned, let's just not.
It's set right now for 8:15 at City Hall for your photo, and then
For
you would-
next meet, from
for
2
your
weeks from now?
June
Okay,
17th.
I'm sorry. Okay, I
For
did not
June
see that. I missed
17th.
that.
And then you would come to the First Presbyterian Church for your meeting right afterwards.
Okay.
8:15 at City Hall.
But doesn't it make more sense just to wait 1 week? Oh, I mean, one meeting?
I think so.
I mean,
That-
instead
so
of
yes,
getting
that
there
would-
early,
we-
going there, coming back, especially like if it's a day like today.
That's
I
fine.
know.
We can move it to your July 1st meeting. That's at 5:30, so we'll send out a time beforehand to meet.
Laura, is that okay with you? Okay, thank you. And council, that's all right with, is everybody going to be here July 1st?
Yeah.
Is that the actual date? I'm sorry, it is
Yes,
July
it
1st?
is.
Okay, everybody will be here? Okay, we can't do it with 6 or 5 members, we need all 7. Fred?
Well, I just wish to point out that when you do that, you're going to be down to, you'll be lucky if 8 visitors can come in and attend our meeting, unless we come up with something a lot better or give up on social spacing. Because when you put the council and the staff, you saw what happened. We cannot be at that box. We're going to have to figure out a way to make the dais work. If I have to sit with a mask and be closer to Mike, he'll wear a mask.
Or what if we sat forward and back?
I was just
We're-
going to say,
we're
and I know
working-
one discussion,
Correct.
Arlene, was
Yes.
to have
We're working on
3 or
solution.
4 at the dais and potentially a couple members where you and Derek and Matt sit, or however that
Correct.
looks. Carly, you know.
We're going to be coming back to your next meeting with a plan of how we can space out and how many we believe we can estimate inside, keeping the doors open, also having the lobby and room 118 for presenters to wait in between. But yes, we would be looking at something where there would be 4 members spread out to the 6 feet requirement on the dais, and then in the seats that Derek, myself, and Matt would be 3 members, and you all can decide how you'd like to sit that way.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Arlene?
The only reminder I have, as many of you might have received in the mail, I just want to remind you that the supervisor elections annual disclosures were mailed out to each of you for our new members as a reminder. They must be filed by July 1st, 2020. If you need any assistance with the copy of the forms or help with previous forms, we're happy to get that to you and assist you, but we wanted to make sure we gave that reminder.
Great, thank you.
Are they mailed to our home address or to City Hall?
They should be mailed to your home address, but if you need a copy, we have them.
How would, well,
I got
I
mine.
moved, so how would they know of my,
And it sounds like
They're
the
the
bottom line,
government.
Mike, you didn't get it, is what it sounds
I
like.
haven't gotten anything yet.
Unless they mailed it to your previous address and it's being forwarded
A while
through your
ago.
regular mail, wherever you put your forwarding address to.
You can download the
Well,
blank
you can
form.
download the form, or we can have Debbie email you the form as well.
Okay,
Chris,
because
did you
my,
get
my,
yours? You did?
I had started forwarding the mail early because I was having
Jesse,
issues
did you
getting
get
the mail
yours?
at my previous
I didn't-
address.
I got it. I didn't get mine yet.
So it's already been past a year on that, so
Amy, did you get
Or
yours?
did
it's not gonna
I
get
got mine.
forwarded.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we email everyone the
I
blank
got mine and
form?
it's already sent back.
Okay.
so
But I was just
I'm
going to
good.
say, it sounds like Mike, Chris, and Jesse did not get theirs, so.
Correct.
I
Why
didn't
don't-
know I was waiting on it, though.
Except
either.
for Councilmember Carr, we will email it out to everybody, the blank form, and then you can proceed to send it in. And if you need any assistance with us, please let us know. And if you would provide Debbie with a confirmation that it's sent in.
Yes, great, thank you. Okay, Arlene, anything else?
That's it.
Matt? No, you're good? Okay, Mayor, Council, Mayor and Council reports.
No, I think we're all good.
You guys.
No, I have
Are we ready? All right, Fred, you're up.
I pass.
You pass. Mike?
It's after 10, I pass.
Chris?
It's after 10.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, even though it's after 10, I promised my folks on the beach that I would address some of the concerns they had. I have spoken to Captain Lee, and the patrols are going to be stepped up a bit and addressing their concerns. But if you see them, if you see a sheriff's officer, just like reach out and say, hey, hi, you know, and talk. Create the rapport so they know the regulars and the not regulars so that they can catch your eye if there's something going on. And good news, Naples has opened up its beaches, so that should also alleviate our issues here.
And as our Councilmember Carr, the other message is that if an incident is occurring, please dial immediately so that it can be followed up and reported. Letting us know on a Monday after the incident is not as helpful as letting it be known right when it's occurred.
Right, and the sheriff's department does not mind if you call. Please, they encourage you to call at the time of the incident. And I guess on a national level, I just want to say, yay, NASA. And so wonderful, the space shuttle got off successfully and hooked up fine, so yay.
Yeah, absolutely. I echo that. Jesse, thank you, Laura.
After 10, we're good. Thanks.
Amy?
I'm sorry that it's after 10, but I did prepare
No.
something, okay?
Yeah, no, please.
I would like to comment on the despicable killing of George Floyd at the hands of a Minneapolis law enforcement officer. I condemn the action and the inaction of the officers involved. This is troubling for all Americans who cherish the rule of law and justice. I grasp at glimmers of hope as the appropriate cogs of justice are beginning to move. At the same time, it is also painful to hear and to see reports of the lawless actors taking over the legitimate, peaceful demonstrators. The 1960s era of unrest is a part of my early adulthood. During that time, the tragic destruction of neighborhoods is indelible in my memory. It is heartbreaking to think that we may be faced with similar consequences for innocent people who are left to deal with the aftermath. I have concern that the exhibited lawlessness, and particularly the targeting of law enforcement officers, is a threat to our civil order. These events have led me to reflect on our own community. I am grateful that in Bonita, the cited demonstration was peaceful. I note our community policing unit's ongoing efforts to build relationships of trust and respect throughout the community. These are the kinds of efforts which are needed to assure the safe and successful execution of their duties to keep us all safe and our communities intact. I extend thanks to the many within our community who work to improve the lives of others, and I bless the faith community for helping us to see the good in all people and ourselves. In closing, I extend my heartfelt sympathy to the family of George Floyd and others that have lost their lives in the aftermath. I ask for prayers for those who are grieving. I'm sorry I took the time, but I just felt I wanted to make a public statement, all right? And I'm gonna bring this up to you again in our next meeting, because I do want to set up a meeting where we all talk about how we run the council, basically, and I have some suggestions, so I'm not going to spend any more time about it.
You know, I've never done this. I don't think I've done this before, if I have. Amy, with what statement you made, could we adopt, I don't know if the term's a resolution, a statement of support for what you echoed? What would that look like?
I would just think a public statement.
Yeah,
A public statement? Okay, a public statement, but something more than just kind of being on the record. It's on the record now, but something to memorialize what Amy just said.
Proclamation, maybe?
What is it, a proclamation?
Proclamation, maybe?
Could we have a proclamation? Would that, council, would that be okay?
Sure.
About
Okay.
what? Just-
Well, with what Amy, stated, it was eloquent.
It was,
And I would like to really memorialize it and hang it up in City Hall. I mean, frame it
Well,
and put it,
maybe we could
or
send it
whatever
to-
we do.
Maybe we could send it to the people of Minneapolis, you know?
yes.
Yeah.
And maybe to
There you
some
go.
of these other communities that are struggling now.
Right.
You know, from
Okay.
our council to your council or something, or we could figure something out. I mean, that's fine if you want to do it, but I felt, talk about having hope and joy, I needed to get my thoughts together, because I don't know about any of you, but this has just been horrible to me. I don't know if anybody, well, I don't know, depending on your age, but honestly, I lived through the 60s, like some of the other people, and was close to some of that stuff.
Right.
So it's just like deja vu in some ways, you know,
No.
and anyway.
No,
it's
Amy,
just horrible.
well, however we'd like to do it, but I would suggest, and Amy, I don't know if we all sign it, 7 of us on a letter, I sign it as the mayor and send it to the mayor of Minneapolis, or I'd like to do something, because that was beautiful and eloquent.
Well, thank you.
And from the heart, and I'd like to send a
Okay,
letter
well,
to the mayor.
I'll work with Arlene and we'll get something
Okay,
out.
thank
And
you.
we'll show it to everybody.
Thank you, Amy. That
Also,
was wonderful.
also, since we are talking,
Fred and then Jesse.
Yeah, I agree with everything Amy said. I think we need to add to it a little more on the destruction of businesses and the theft and all that. And for those that may or may not know it, it's likely that their insurance won't cover their losses due to the type of the way it happens. So I think that needs to be stressed. And to me, the death was murder. I'd even argue murder 1, not murder 2. That's for others to figure out. But I think that this destruction and all that that has gone on, along with killing of policemen and other occasionally civilians, is just as bad in its own way. And then if the people aren't insured, that's just putting everybody in a deeper hole in the economy. So I think that needs to be woven into that, whoever writes the proclamation.
Thank you, Fred. Jesse, did you have something?
No, I just want to say, I want to thank Captain Blakely. He actually was off the other night when Black Lives Matter came into town. He decided to come back onto work and run ops directly across the street, called in extra people. He was on the phone with me 2 or 3 times a day because I went to it because, quite frankly, I wanted to do everything I could to ensure that it didn't turn violent and let the people of this 60,000 person town in 20 years, I'm the first minority we've ever elected, so I wanted to know that I heard their voice, but I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to get out of control, because at the end of the day, this is my city, just like it's your city. So it was peaceful, and the law enforcement did a great job. And the fact that he actually even took the day off and came in and then ran ops, dude, we've got some kick-ass Leos, and they just deserve to hear it, so thanks.
No, thank you for that. Obviously, thank you, Amy, for what you said. We've talked about that, for what form we do that, a letter, or I'd be willing to sign, or whatever form that takes, Amy. Thank you very much, and I want to thank everybody for their bold leadership with the Florida Gulf Coast University water steward. That has been years in the making and quite frankly overdue, and there are other things that we can do from this, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's all I have. We're now going to move to the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
So moved in a second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Simmons.
Aye.
Councilman Corey.
Aye.
Councilman Gibson.
Aye.
Councilman Forbes.
Aye.
Councilwoman Caramba.
Aye.
Councilman Purdon.
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr.
Aye.
Wonderful. Public comment. Rick
Hey,
Steinmeier.
here we go. First, I want to congratulate Jesse and Chris for their election. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Thank you. You might be seeing me more often than usual. I've been to more council meetings than anybody else in this room, bar none. Audrey Vance used to have me, but she's gone. I want to thank the First Presbyterian Church and Doug Pratt for his community involvement. This is a wonderful place. I happen to go here and I go to the Baptist church. I belong to 2 churches. I can hardly afford not to. So thank you very much and have a good week. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rick. Any other member of the public that would like to speak? Nope. Anybody have anything at all? Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.